Resources are low. Research complete. Anomaly analyzed.
Ooh. I think I had something on the way there for that.
Sector scanned.
Ah. Don't think I can fit it. Like, I want to connect these domes, but I don't think I can fit it. Let's do a planetary look.
Research complete. Research complete. Anomaly.
Two controls water cycle footprint 400%. Whoa. Let's take the financial hit. What happens? It sucks, but.
Sector scanned.
Do do do.
Research complete.
Hey, what's up, Marcus? Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you for dropping in just to say hello. I always appreciate you. I hope all is well. Give my best to your wife and kids, and I hope everything is okay up there. I know it's been really cold down here in Atlanta, so I can only imagine what it's like up there in Canada. So please stay warm. Protect yourself against the bears and all that stuff, and hopefully we will see you next stream and stuff. But have a good night, brother.
Sector scanned.
See you, brother. Let's do build. Oh yeah, good. Oh, storage of metals. Okay, let's see if we can't find some metals to pick up. thought there was a way to automate that. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Won't be home in the dead of night.
Research complete. Sector scanned. Research complete.
Hey, Loco, how we doing? What is happening, my guy?
Research complete.
Take care of some very limited maintenance on the Discord. Oh, okay, cool, 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 cool. Oh dang. Yeah, that is some maintenance.
Sector scanned. Well, if you wanted to play like some Arc Raiders or something like that, let me know, okay? Because I definitely would be down. I wanted to play with I played with Punishments the other day and it was a lot of fun. But totally up to you, man. New colonists have arrived. Resources are low. Research complete. Milestone achieved.
Sector scanned. Anomaly found. Anomaly analyzed. Research complete. Sector scanned. Research complete. Resources are low. Sector scanned. New colonists have arrived. Research complete. Sector scanned. Anomaly analyzed.
There's more to the barren environs of the Red Planet than meets the eye. A veritable treasure trove of undiscovered knowledge and wonder, so long as you know where to look.
Sector scanned. Breakthrough discovered. New colonists have arrived. Research complete.
NetSky's CEO has given the colony an interesting proposal. The transcription follows below.
Sector scanned. Research complete. Anomaly analyzed. Research complete.
What up?
Hello. Hey, what's up?
Hey, not much. You were right.
What is that? What is there?
Just
about?
like about some stuff.
Oh.
You were right.
yeah.
You were right about Trump.
Man, like, it's kind of interesting because you know you're in my sphere of people that I are very, very close to me. Both you and my brother are on the more like conservative side of things, and he voted for Trump as well.
Yeah.
And I just kind of like, I was looking back at the text messages that I was kind of like sending him before the election and things like that. And I was just like, I was kind of like warning, like, look, like when this happens, like these things are going to happen very quickly. And I was just telling my wife today, like, it just made me really sad to look at those things, because this wasn't, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do any good to be like, I don't want to be right. I was so hoping I was wrong, man. Like,
Yeah.
I was so hoping I was wrong. I was praying, man. Like, you don't understand. I was praying, like, all the time. I'm like, look, God, please let this be different this time around. Please let it be different. Like, please, like, let all my fears be, like, totally overblown, and everything will be cool, and everything will be, like, chill the second time around. It'll be a little and it just hasn't been, man. It's been the complete opposite. And I'm really sorry if there's been anything that's like impacted you and your family and anybody that you know on like a personal level. Just for like a reference, just to let you know, this past week and a half, almost 2 weeks now ago, because of everything like this, I actually lost my job. Yeah. Well, we, so our school, our program, it relies so heavily on international students, and my particular section of the program relies almost exclusively on immigrants, refugees, and like asylum seekers. And as a result of all of the stuff that's happened, I mean, like, we've gotten we used to get like about somewhere in the realm of like 80 to 90 students per semester that would come and be new. Like, they would sign up, or they would do placement testing and things like that. And so many of those students were resettlements, basically, like particularly from Afghanistan. They would come here, they would seek asylum, and then they would be resettled here in Clarkston. And those with a group, with an organization called the IRC, would basically send them to us and be like, hey, look, we will make a deal with you. We will help support their education. You guys help provide them with English language services that kind of get them on the path to kind of like getting more acclimated and empowered and stuff to live in their new environment, their new situation. But we have had, since Trump came into office, and especially this past year, half year or so, or 3/4 of a year, we've had 0 resettlements in Clarkston, 0. And a big part of that is because he put a travel ban on Afghanistan. Doesn't allow anybody in from there, and that's like a huge part of, a massive part. Well, for reference, I told you we had about 80 to 90 new students per semester that we would be intaking. This past winter, we had 11. So it was like we lost and that's part of the reason why I'm like, I went from having a full-time job to 0. And it was like, oh my goodness. So now I'm very lucky, very blessed, thank you God, that through my my work and through my wonderful bosses and everything like that, they were able to put together some classes. It's not what I was before, but anything is anything right now. So we're just grateful that we can even be at even a fraction of what we used to be. And I am, we are going full, we had mentioned this before, but we're going full into our plans to move to Japan. So that's kind of the goal. Is, I think I mentioned, maybe we talked about this before, but our goal was like a May or June leaving. So in a way, this is sort of a blessing, because it gives me a little bit more time to kind of focus on that move, because that's going to be really huge. But I'm just really sorry. Like because the thing is like my fear was always just, if he came into power again, that the people in the most marginalized, most vulnerable communities would be the people that were targeted first, and that's exactly what happened. And I just, man, my heart breaks for our country, and I really hope something will change. I don't know what that'll look like, but my prayers are with you and with your family and with everybody, in our situations, that are especially in the field of like, academia, that we have like international students and just people in our local communities too. And I know right now that I heard recently, because I know you're a devout Catholic, that that the Pope has come out and spoken against him, and even some of the American, I think it was I heard a few American archbishops or whatever, like there's like 3 of them or something like that, came out and just basically echoed Pope Leo's sentiment that was kind of like, look, like this kind of stuff has got to stop. Like, you know, this kind of warmongering and you know, this like kind of persecution of people has got to, you know, end. But I don't know, man. I think Jesus is gonna have to work big in a lot of people's lives, because right now I just feel like it's just more and more divided than will ever in my lifetime, and that was what I was always kind of worried about. But
The thing is, I think just like this last, honestly, the trigger that set this off was like Charlie Kirk's assassination. But,
yeah,
like after, I know like when it first happened, so I always knew that like the media was like, you know, spinning these bubbles on both sides, and
Yeah.
you know, I hate to say it, but like, you know, just based off of like what my beliefs are and like what I have to vote for, like, you know, I had to pick a side, so I picked the conservative side, and
yeah.
you picked the, you know, liberal side, but we know we obviously both don't like either of.
No,
you know,
it's no side's perfect in this.
Right.
Definitely, I've been disappointed on many levels.
Yeah, but I mean, I just, so I didn't realize like how like crazy of like the echo chamber like my thing, you know, because I was like, oh, like these liberals are like actually like insane. Like I believed it, and I was like, oh, like they're actually like trying to like sabotage our country, you know, like that's like kind of what I believed for a while. I mean, obviously I didn't think like every liberal, but you know, maybe like the way that you probably feel about conservatives, but I mean, there's a lot of crazies, but like there's a lot of like normal people that just want to like live their life, you know. I'm sure on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when this like first happened, like, you know, the first reaction just like in my social echo chamber was like, oh, like the left is like totally insane, like it's all that. And then I like realized like what's like probably happening, and I was like, you know, this makes me like the most apolitical like I've been since like probably prior to 2016, you know.
Yeah.
I only got political because Hillary was running.
Yeah, right. No,
So-
that was one of the most unpopular, unlikable
Oh
candidates
my-
I've ever seen. I'm like, why would you do this? Like,
But then y'all put up like Kamala, not y'all, but like then
No,
like
I know,
with
I know.
Kamala,
Yeah.
I was like, look, like, I mean, I was having this talk with Veronica. I was like, you know, honestly, if I had to go back, like, I would probably vote for Trump again, but like, but I'm not happy about it. Like when I voted, I was like cautiously optimistic, you know. I was like, he's probably could screw us, but like I'm hopeful that like he won't, you know.
yeah.
But like, I mean, here's the crazy thing is that he was all like MAGA, and MAGA was like a dirty word, and I honestly don't feel like it is MAGA anymore, you know. Like I just don't. I think he's like part of the Washington swamp, you
Yeah.
know. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. There's not much I can do. It's, you know, whatever.
Well, and
But-
the other, yeah, well, that, and then also like like you said, it's not just him, but like the people he surrounded himself, or he's put in charge. And I'm like, why would you put that person in charge of that thing? Oh my God, no! Like, please no, anybody but that person. And it's like, oh, why? So, anyway, sorry, continue.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. So, I mean, it's pretty much done. I don't, you know, now this call's probably being recorded and monitored now, but whatever.
Right.
But I mean,
Better not post
I mean,
anything on
whatever.
social media, because you know they'll come get you. You're gonna get a knock on the door from ICE tomorrow.
oh
No.
my goodness.
No, that's just the thing,
But-
and that was always the thing. I was like, man, I don't want this to devolve and get any worse. I want our country to be united. Like, we were, like, historically speaking, we've done some amazingly good things when we've been together on stuff, and it's like, oh my gosh, we could do that again. And now it's just every day I'm like, further and further division, and it's like,
Yeah.
there goes our country, you know. I like, I'm just from my perspective too, like you said, like, you know, I'm disappointed with my side of things too. Like, I'm deeply so. I saw that there was a poll that they did, and they were talking about, like, you know, who would potentially run against, you know, Trump's third term, is what he's been, you know, alluding to. That's assuming he gets there with all the McDonald's he's eaten. But it was basically like the polling
Newsom.
said Newsom or, and then I was like, oh my goodness, AOC. And I was like, dude, if
Oh,
you
wow.
thought Kamala did not get votes, like you can say whatever you want. You can believe whatever you want. I even think some of her policy, I agree with some things about it. But I would say this. I don't know if there has been a person that right-wing media has more demonized as like the crazy far left, far like radical left. I'm like, dude, central and right-leaning America will not vote for her. I'm just letting you know. They will absolutely. If you thought Kamala had a lower turnout than you expected, my goodness, get ready for that. You know, if you put AOC up as a candidate, like it does not matter. Like, she will not get votes. Like, I'm just saying, you are handing that election to the right if you put her up as the candidate. It doesn't matter how I feel about her policy. It doesn't matter if I agree even with some of the things. I know America won't vote for her. Like, I'm just telling you. Like, it's a failure. If you put up, like, Newsom has got, I mean, he's doing this thing right now where he goes on, like, a lot of, like, conservative podcasts, and he's inviting a lot of conservative talking, you know, heads over to his stuff, and I guess he's trying to make, like, some, you know, like, extend some olive branches to different parts, which would normally not get that. So I don't know if that's where it is, but I was just like, guaranteed it doesn't matter how you feel about her policy. If they put up AOC as a presidential candidate, Democrats have lost. Like, it's just not even a question in my mind. Like, it doesn't matter how I feel about her. It matters what America feels about, or how America votes, and they will not vote for her. I was like, that's a rip.
Do you think though? I mean, I would say like a year ago, yes, but do you think that enough people are fed up with the system that like
To go that far left?
you don't want to hear something crazy? I would vote
Maybe.
for AOC.
You'd vote for
Kamala.
See, that's the thing. I would literally vote for a 3-week-old tuna sandwich in a plastic bag, you know, on a hot summer day than Donald Trump. Like, I would vote for anything but like I would vote for anything but him. But you know, that I would, you know, we had a moment. We had a kind of like a flashpoint. We had a time in which there was a chance. And this was like, there was a chance to really like introduce America to what America thinks is far left, but is actually like global / European centrist, which was Bernie Sanders. There was that chance. There was that time. And DNC literally screwed themselves. They literally screwed him out of that nomination. Like, again, we, for all the bad things that Trump is, in my opinion, and dude can brand. Dude has got the slogan, he's got the merch, he's got whatever. There was a time when the Bernie Bros were a thing. Like, there was merch, if you will, not to the MAGA level, never to that, because dude brands harder than anybody I've ever seen brand. But there was that excitement, and they had a chance. And then, you know, basically the DNC rejected the people that were voting for Bernie, and then they gave the nomination to Hillary, and look what happened. you know, like,
that's what made me kind of political. Like, that's what made me anti-democrat.
Yep.
Like, this whole time, because then, you know, I mean, I don't like all like the, you know, they stole the election stuff that Trump was like crying about, but like, but
especially
then, you know,
now,
it's like, well, I mean, they did rig their own primary.
They
So,
did, yeah. They screwed
Like-
themselves on that. That was literally the dumbest thing that I lost, like, so much because I was gonna vote for Bernie hands down. I was like, dude, this guy is talking about, like, you know, universal health care. He's talking about, like, you know, revamping the education system. He's talking about like a lot of things that were going to be, you know, I think so much of Americans don't know how good something can be when they haven't had it before. And that makes total sense. Like, I didn't know what universal healthcare, how amazing it was until I left and I went to countries that had it. And I was like, oh my God, you mean I can go and get healthcare and I can get treatment and it doesn't cost me $10,000? Like, oh my goodness, what is that? And because the complete mindset of people who were, in those countries towards health was different. It was like, hey, in the U.S., when we get sick, we figure out whether or not we can tough it out, because it's often like as much of an economic decision as it is a healthcare decision, and then it ended up being, what's up?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
This is like because I am ignorant and have not lived in good countries, but like, can you actually explain like how that gets like afforded? If that makes sense, like how, yeah.
So it depends on which country you're in. When I lived in Austria, that was publicly funded. So like through taxes and things like that, that was taken care of. And that one was a zero. So like when you would pay, like, I think it was around $80 or €80. I think I heard from my friend, it was like 75, €80 at the time. This is in 2010. He said it was like 75, €80 a month, and then you don't pay anything. Like, you go and you get the treatment that you need. Like, you go to the hospital. Like, I had a friend who got super sick while he was there. He got some kind of nasty lung infection and had to get like some treatment there, X-rays, medicine, all that stuff, and it was zero. He didn't pay anything. But everybody pays that like monthly whatever it is, and everything else after that is government subsidized. In Japan, it's a similar thing. Like, you pay into something monthly, and then in that case, the government covers 90% of whatever healthcare treatment you need. So I went in and I remember I had like, I got really sick. I needed X-rays. I needed a doctor, and so I did that. I got the X-rays. I got the radiology. I got the doctor's visit, and I got all the medicine all together for like $16. So I was like, dude, this is it. And what was cool about it was the mindset around health was different there. Like, if you got sick and you didn't go to the clinic, people looked at you weird. Like, they were like, why don't you want to get better, kind of thing. But it's like, well, in the US, when we get sick, we gotta like figure out if we can tough it out, because like depending on your level of, it's so like, when I try to explain to people what a deductible is and why if you haven't met your deductible, that it actually costs you more money often than paying out of pocket for things, which is just wild. I literally went in to get X-rays for my lungs. I had pneumonia, and they said, like, and asked, they're like, all right, so it's I was like, all right, how much the X-rays? So like, all right, you have insurance? I'm like, yeah, I have this. And they're like, all right, it's gonna be $220 like for your X-rays. And I was like, crap. And I was like, just out of curiosity, what would it be if I didn't have? They're like, oh, you mean pay out of pocket? Like, and I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, that's gonna be $75. I was like, wait, what? Like, I was like, why would anybody do this? They're like, well, if some people have met their deductible, then the insurance will cover the rest. I'm like, I'm nowhere near my deductible. I've got the cheapest plan you got. Like, I got to pay like $10,000 before they pay a dime or whatever it is. Like, it's crazy. Like, so I was like, no, I'll pay out of pocket. And I even went and I talked, because I'm on a marketplace plan right now, and I'm about to lose my coverage, like my what's it called? My son's pediatrician, whom we love. Like, God sent some angels to earth, and they are in our pediatrician's office, because I love those people over there. And we are gonna lose, because they're no longer in our coverage, because we had to change, because our literal monthly went up like $350 a month for our premiums, and I was like, we don't have it. Like, we can't afford it, especially now with my job situation. And so we had to change over to a cheaper one, and that cheaper one doesn't have coverage. So then I asked him, like, so what can I do? And they're like, well, like, he's on like a yearly visit schedule now. Like, he doesn't have to do like every 3 or every 6 months now that he's starting to get a little older. He's like, some people pay out of pocket and it's actually cheaper. And I was like, let's do that. And so, but I mean, we have it as backup in case, like, you know, something terrible, like I get in a car accident or something like that happens. But no, it's just, it's Japan has a capitalist, you know, type government. Like, it does have, you know, like, you know, you can make the buku dollars over there, and or yen as it is, you know, but it's just government priority. It is a priority for their government to keep their citizens as healthy as possible. And for every other country besides the United States, every other developed country besides the United States, it's a priority for their government to keep their people healthy. Even if that means a little bit more. I mean, if you were to tell people, like, hey, look, you can either do this, like, insurance tango thing where maybe you get a good employer that offers, you know, insurance, or maybe you do this and maybe they'll have like a low deductible, or maybe you don't have that but you pay it on your own and you can figure out how to kind of, you know, like manage the system. Like, would you prefer that, or would you prefer to pay a flat $80 to $100 a month, and then you don't have to worry about anything medical? Like, you don't have to go there and be like, well, the deductible is this, and my out-of-pocket co-insurance, and the office visit is this. I mean, I think if you were to ask the majority of people, like, hey, we want to get you healthy, we're going to charge this much per month. You don't have to think about anything else. If you're worried about, you know, something like you're getting, you know, like you're worried about cancer, a pre-screening and catching things early is so much cheaper than waiting till it's like stage 3 or stage 4 and you can't ignore it anymore. And now you've got to do either surgery or massive bouts of chemo or some other, like, you know, experimental whatever. And it's medical bills are one of the number one, I believe it's the number one cause of bankruptcy in the United States. And that's wild, right? Like, I don't think it's a insane or liberal conspiracy, or, you know, I don't think it's like a weird, like, thing to be like, hey, like, people, we just want you to live. Like, that's all I've ever thought too. I'm like, I've got so many health things right now that I have to consider, like, how much can I afford? What can I make? But really what I'm doing right now is like, can I limp it till I get to Japan? Like, can I wait till I get there and then get all these things addressed? And some things I have been able to do, I'm kind of doing right now, and some things, unfortunately, I had to bite the bullet because I'm like, I can't wait any longer on this. I have to, you know, just do it. But no, to all the things, it's like, I just wish America could try some of these things, because they got a little taste of it with Obamacare, and because whatever you feel about Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act, one thing that it did do was it removed that pre-existing condition BS. Like, it was like, hey, yeah, like, insurance companies, you can't be like, hey, we're not covering that because you had it before you got the insurance. Like, no, you're getting it. Like, you're covered. And then some people, like, it did move the needle, like, you know, because even people who were on the conservative side of things were like, hey, we kind of like having healthcare, and we couldn't afford it before, but now we get it, you know. So, like, when you should probably keep that. And, like, some of even Republicans were like begrudgingly, like, secretly under the table, or even, like, you know, there's always like nowadays it's like the parties just all vote one way or the other. But there used to be a mix. It used to be like, hey, this thing's, it doesn't look good because it's the other party side, but it actually helps our people. It helps our constituents. So let's keep it, you know, like, let's do it. And I wouldn't care if Donald Trump wanted to call it the Donald Trump Turbo Platinum Diamond Plus whatever, like, health, you know, management system, or whatever he wants to rename it, if he provided universal health care for people. I'm like, dude, great. I don't care if you want to send me like weekly junk mail, like, saying, look how awesome I am because now you get healthcare and I'm Donald J. Trump, whatever. Like, it wouldn't bother me
one bit, because the thing is I more than, like you mentioned, being more apolitical now, I'm in that rut because I don't care what party helps the people. I care that the people get helped. That's all I've ever cared. Like, I don't go out. I don't have a Democrat tattoo on my shoulder. I don't give a shit what. Sorry for my language. I don't care what the party name is. I don't care if it's Bob's Help America Party. Whatever. Cool. Like, if it actually gets something done, it actually helps people. Like, but we haven't had that in like a long time. And even when Democrats were in power, there were so many things where it's like, man, you guys have this opportunity. You have the House, you have the Senate, you have a lot. Like, say whatever you want about Bush, say whatever you want about him, because there were things that I definitely didn't like, and there were a lot of things that he effed around and found out, and we found out about. I mean, that housing collapse sucked. The Patriot Act is one of the wildest shits that's ever happened in the history of America. He should be held accountable for that. But when he had, like, the House, the Senate, and the presidency, he was ramming like legislation through like crazy. And there was a time when the Democrats did have the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and I just was like, get shit done. Like, get so much shit done that the other side has no leg to stand on to say they're, quote, do-nothing Democrats. But then, like, once they got into power, then more division happened within the party. And there were, like, the quote, far lefts and the centrists and the this, and nobody could get along. And they were like, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like, this is opening up the door for other people to be like, well, the left doesn't do anything for us, and the right's like, yeah, we'll promise we'll fix all that stuff. And then what do you know? They get into power and they do somehow less, somehow worse than that. And I'm just like, man, like, we're so cooked. Like, we're so screwed. Like as a country, like, Trump is currently trying to investigate and the leader of the Fed, because he won't drop the interest rates. And he's like, dude, because it's a separate entity and he can't fire this guy. He's trying to investigate him so he can see if he can dig up something criminal so he can have him removed. And I'm like, so people can, because the problem is I don't disagree with the idea. Low rates from the Fed help stimulate the economy because it allows people to take out more loans and get more houses and stuff like that, for especially for younger families and stuff like that, especially. But it also increases a lot of inflation, in the future. So it also hits us harder later. So it's not good. It's why you need to have that be an independent body that kind of looks at the economy and says, hey, this is when we need to raise it. This is when we need to lower it to fight, inflation and things like that. But oh my gosh, man, it's just like all these things. And now, I mean, he took over Venezuela. Now he's trying to take Greenland, and he's gonna destroy NATO to do it. Like, I'm like, oh my god, dude, like,
it's wild.
It's wild stuff. And I'm like, every day I can't just, my mind, it's not even like a numbness anymore. I'm like, what is this weird, like, I think who is it? Neil deGrasse Tyson? I can't remember who said it, but like, somebody said this, if you told me that we are currently in the midst of like another like far superior in intergalactic race, alien race, if we're in the middle of their, like, we are their like just like gross, weird, grubby, like, reality TV series. Like, they're just watching the Earth like implode. Like, hey, let's see what we could do to like mix this up. If they're like, if somebody was like, dude, we're just like some like aliens weird reality TV show, like, I could see that. Because I'm like, how are we here? How are we where we're at today? Where it's like, there was this there was an anime called, I'm not sure if you ever watched it. You ever watch Lelouch?
No, haven't watched many or probably any animes, unfortunately.
That's okay. That's okay. Just the idea in that, like in the future, basically is exactly what Donald Trump is trying to do, or what a lot of people are predicting people are trying to do. They're like, there was this like, there's this empire called Britannia, and it basically like took over like massive chunks of the world. Basically, the world got like divided up into basically like 3 sections, which is kind of what people are saying like they're trying to do right now. Like Russia's trying to do their section, China's trying to do their section, and America's trying to do their section, and they're just all like trying to fight to, you know, have their little, you know, 21st century empires, you know. And it's like, it's just so weird, and it so doesn't help anybody. Like Greenland, like nobody's fighting on Greenland, like, and the Danish, like Denmark ain't picking fights with people. Why are you picking fights with Denmark? Like, and then they were like, so like the Norwegian president like tried to like reach out to Donald Trump about like this situation, like, hey dude, you need to like chill with that. And he's like, I don't listen to you because you didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize. And it's like,
Oh my gosh.
you are such a buffoon. Like he's like, well, I was thinking peaceful with you guys, but I don't think about peace anymore because you didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize. And I'm like, that is fucking wild. That is, even Machado, like the Venezuelan like counter to Maduro, like came to the U.S. to like basically beg for, you know, support for Venezuela, and even offered her peace prize to Donald Trump. And he's like, she told me nobody's ever deserved it as much as me. And it's like, I'm like, dude, like, and now he's trying to do his peace council, and he invited Russia to the peace council. I'm like, you mean the people who have been at war with Ukraine, like invading Ukraine for years now, like the peace council? I'm like, this is just wild, man. It is, like I said, if somebody told me that this was a really bad, really crappy, really like, you know, like awful alien reality TV series called Earth, you know, like I'd be like, yeah, that, because it would be such an embarrassment if like aliens showed up here and they were like, hey, we want to offer you peace, we want to offer all this technology, let's just see what the Earth is like. And they're like, okay, never mind. Never mind. No, you know what, we're good, you guys just figure this out. and left. I've been getting into recently. I've been getting into. Do you ever watch? Well, I mean, there are series, but it's a tabletop game, but there are lots of books on it. Did you ever get into Warhammer at all?
No. Also, I'm familiar with it a little bit, but not really.
There's basically, it's like, you know, 40,000 years into the future, and there's all these like intergalactic, war between all these races and everything like that. Well, there was a time, just, I'm not going to get too deep into it, but it's just a really funny story. There was a time in which humanity would basically reached its peak. It was like technologically and within its power in the universe, like in like, I think it was like the year 25,000 or something like that. and basically it had all control over, it worked hand in hand, side by side with AI, and they basically created like this just spread across the universe, like it was like decillions or whatever it was of humans just like spreading across. And then of course, because, you know, humans and AI, there's never going to be like a peaceful finality to it. It becomes a war, and they basically like fight each other, and eventually humanity triumphs over AI through a variety of different, you know, paths. But there were people that were like, and so then after that it was anything relating to AI, like an autonomous, like, you know, machines and things like that, was heresy.
And it's like, yeah, it was like really wild. And there's a story where basically like, because not all AI was destroyed, and there was a ship that was AI, but there was also like humans, on board that were living peacefully with them, and they basically like helped each other and everything. Well, that AI eventually develops time travel and goes into the future and sees like the end of humanity. And it was like, hey, we need to go back and warn humanity about what's going to happen to them so they can start preparing and they can stop this basically the end of their existence. And they go, this ship goes back in time, and till after the end of the war, and between like 15,000 years, and to kind of warn them or whatever. And they're like, hey, we need you to to warn you about this thing. And they sent out like the leader of the ship, which they had basically said was like a bonded brother or whatever to the AI. And the captain of the ship goes out and is just like, hey guys, let me tell you about what's going to happen to you. You need to do this thing right now to save humanity in the future. Like, please believe us. We've been there. We've seen what was going to happen. We've come back to like warn you guys. And they literally like executed him for heresy. And they were like, and then the ship was like so disgusted with humanity that it just left. And as it was leaving, they tried, like, the humans tried to like send like attacks at it, and like ships at it, and all like all these like weapons and nukes and everything like that at it. And it was so far advanced that it just like basically like swatted it away and was like, yeah, no, we're out. Like, your humanity is doomed. Peace. And I'm just like, that's what I feel like sometimes, where it's like, I believe that the Lord, rapture us soon, please. Because if you don't, like, we're gonna see the end of humanity as we know it, just with the direction things are moving in. So, but anyway, it's just it's those kind of like stories where it's like, man, that's just such a believable future for us. Like, when my kids, or when Noah grows up, or maybe when Noah's kids grow up, whatever, and they ask like, Dad, what was it like back in 2020? And it's kind of like, oh, kids, sit down, let me tell you. And then it was like, just after that, like, I mean, granted, we had craziness before that, but I really do think everything since 2020 has just been a non-stop, like, poop tsunami of like poop hurricane, like, just hitting us, just constantly. Just the moment you think you've cleaned it off, it's like, here comes another wave of it, or another storm, or another gust, and it's like, dude, can we not? So, but to your point, man. Well, I mean, thank you for saying what you said, because I think that people now are in a place where it's like, it's what are the options? You either say like, hey, like, this guy lied to us because that's what he does, and this guy is completely off his rocker and is a total I do genuinely believe he has some stage of dementia, like, just from what I've seen and the interviews, and his inability to keep things straight, and it's like, oh my goodness, like, whoa. But a lot of people, like even people like yourself, which genuinely believed and perhaps, or were at least somewhat hopeful that, hey, like, if he does even 10% of what he says he's going to do to help America, we're going to be in a good place. And God help us. I hoped for it too. I'm like, okay, he's saying these things. I don't believe it, but Lord, if it happens, great. But then it's like, now that we're seeing the absolute truth of what has been kind of true all along about him, it's kind of been like, well, what do? You either say, hey, I disagree with you, or you get further entrenched and you're just like, drink the Kool-Aid all the way, and just like, hey, you know what? This is great. This is wonderful. I mean, yes, inflation is crazy, and yes, businesses are going, upended, and people are getting shot in the streets, and there's more war, and now he's invading cities, and all these other and sending in the military, and it's like, do we feel great? Do we feel great again? Like, do we feel like this is
like what was promised to us? Because like I don't think so. Like, and I think, you know, it's interesting. I saw Jon Stewart the other day, and he was saying like, you know, just saying one thing that's actually been heartening is that he's like more than ever, the thing that is standing up against Trump and against his kind of his regime is the people. And people are standing up. You know, they're pushing back. They're like, dude, we don't want ICE here. We don't want you to send in the military. We don't want, like, you know, that's saying something. Like, if this was like, I hate to say this, but if this was like in China or in Russia, where like, you know, like the government's just, you know, send in all their military, and like, what the heck can the people really do? That you know, that would be a maybe a different case, but for all the things that America says, you know, they do protest. They do get out there. They do get in the streets. You know, they do say, hey, no, you're you know, you can say what you want. You can do what you want on a government level. You can have zero checks. You can have zero accountability. But if you're going to send in, you know, the military into our communities and start grabbing people and detaining people and kidnapping people and hurting people or shooting people or whatever it may be, like, no, we're not going to accept that. And I'm like, America, I mean, better late than never, but it was almost never. It was almost like so. But to your point, like, I mean, maybe AOC, maybe a far left candidate is what America needs, and they would actually vote for it. I don't know. Like, we are in a weird, wild frontier right now, and I don't know what that looks like, you know. And I've been praying for something big to happen. I've been praying for God to kind of just show a light to us, to this country, to our communities, to our, you know, to my family, to your family, to all of our families and everything like that, to be like, man, if there's something left salvageable about this country, about our way of life, if there's something that's still good within us, like, help us, like, build on that, like, help us find that thing, and like, be like, when somebody tries to come in, and whether it be, and I'm talking like news organizations, I'm talking about political parties, when everybody comes in to try to demonize the other side and like, oh, don't work with them because this, I'm like, dude, I hope we get to a point where we get so sick of that we're just like, dude, if you're going to come in and try to divide me and my neighbor, and by neighbor I mean, like, you know, the biblical sense of neighbor, means like the foreigner, the people who don't look like me, the people who are in different communities than me. If you're trying to divide me and my neighbor, I don't want anything to do with you. Like, get behind me, Satan. You know, like, that style. I'm like, I would love to see, like, Americans embrace that. And you know, but I mean, so can I ask, because I know, you know, there have been some statements that have come out, like, you know, from you know, the Catholic communities and things like that, like, in your church and in your groups over there, have they been talking about things, like, how are they responding to this situation? Is there anything,
I'll be
or
honest,
not
our
really?
churches are still pretty, like, apolitical, you know, like, we talk about, I don't know, I think they leave the social justice part to our own conscience, but like the formation is more theological, you know. And then I think, like, it's just different, I guess. Like, our Sundays are centered on, like, what we understand to be, like, worship, and I mean that in, like, the old sense of the word, like, from, like, the Jewish perspective. Where, like, it's like worship, not just like what is it called, like, not just devotion, but like worship, meaning like there has to be like a sacrifice, right? Because I guess, like, that's the whole thing with Catholics and Mass. Like, we believe that. Yeah, I'm sure you know what we believe, but
You can tell me though. I'm happy to hear.
Okay, so so like in like John, so after Jesus like does like the miracles and feeds the 5,000 and stuff, you know, like there's like something in John 6. It's like the bread of life discourse. So there's like and you can stop me if you
No,
it.
dude, I love it. Talk to me about it.
So there's like the crowds that are following Jesus, and let me like pull it up actually.
Dude, I love talking about. I start every day with a devotional and getting into the Bible. I'm doing actually a chronological complete Bible in a year right now. So I'm trying to do that. It's a challenge. I'm going through. I think I don't know if it's Nehemiah right now or what it is, but like, you know, after Joshua like kind of takes the land and he's like splitting it amongst all the tribes and everything like that, and I'm like, I have no idea where these places are. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So it's like around John 6, I think. So like he's like in the boat, and then they said like they saw him and they said, Rabbi, when did you get here? And Jesus said to them, Amen, amen, I say to you, you're looking for me not because you saw signs, but because you ate the loaves that were filled. And then he says, do not work for food that perishes, but for the food that endures for eternal life, which the Son of Man will give you. And then let's see, I'm paraphrasing, skip ahead a little bit. And then basically they're like, our ancestors ate manna, and like God gave us our ancestors manna, like. And then Jesus says, like, it wasn't Moses who gave it to you, it was my Father who gave it to you. And he said, like, the bread of God is that which comes down from heaven and gives life to the world. And then they said, sir, give us this bread always. And then like this is like the one of the cornerstones of like Catholicism is that Jesus says, like, I am the bread of life. Whoever comes to me will never hunger, but whoever believes in me will never thirst. And I think one big key difference between like Catholics and Protestants is that, like, I think maybe like non-Catholics like think that it's like they take it figuratively, but then like it gets really crazy because and like maybe you can read for yourself at some point, but Jesus like says it like over and over, which is like it's basically him hammering home the fact that like he's not speaking figuratively. And and then like in I think around verse 41 it says the Jews murmured about him because he said, I am the bread of life. And then they said, is this not Jesus, the son of Joseph? Like, you know, do we not know his mother and father? How can he say that I've come down from heaven? And then instead of kind of correcting him, Jesus like says again like a lot, amen, amen, or very, depending on your translation, verily, verily, I say to you. And he like says that he's the bread of life again, and then he says, this is the bread of life that comes down from heaven, that one may eat it and not die. And then again in like around verse 51, I am the living bread that came down from heaven. And he says, whoever eats this bread will live forever, and the bread that I will give is my flesh for the life of the world. Which he's like literally speaking literally, like, eat my flesh. So like not in a figurative way. And then it says the Jews quarreled among themselves, saying, how can this man give us his flesh to eat? And, you know, instead of saying like, oh, like you got it wrong, it's a misunderstanding, or like instead of saying like, oh, like that was just figurative, Jesus like doubles down on it, and he says like, whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise him on the last day. For my flesh is true food, and my blood is true drink. And whoever eats my flesh and blood remains in me, and I in him. And then he like says it again. He basically like repeats it like a million times. And then after that, so basically like we have all these like thousands of followers, and it says like around verse 60, many of his disciples who were listening said, this saying is hard, who can accept it? So basically like thousands of people like just basically like leave, and you know, people that have been following him. And it's like basically yeah, so like thousands or hundreds, most of them leave him like after that. And then he turns to the 12 and he says like, do you also want to leave? and then that's when Peter says like, Master, like, where should you go?
Where should we
Like, you
go?
have the words of-" Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very famous. I'm like, well, where else can we go? Like that, you've shown us so many things, and who else could we even turn to? Like, but so then by that interpretation, do you think that you feel like that's referring to like communion, or what like
Yes.
what aspect of the bread are you?
Okay,
do
so
you interpret that?
I can get into it. It'll take a while.
No. Or sorry, continue. I didn't mean to interrupt. So he said, turn,
No,
and
no,
then they said,
you're not
where should we
interrupting at
go?
all.
And then,
No, so no, you're not interrupting at all. I'm just saying, like, I'm happy to get into it. I'm just warning you, it'll take a while. So basically, so at the Last Supper, that's basically when this is instituted. Basically, the way that we understand it, I'm sure, like, all Christians, is that, like, God's word is, like, powerful. God's word is transformative, but, like, God's word is creative in a sense, right? Because, like, Jesus, how does he create the universe? He speaks. And so, like, when Jesus,
Sure.
like, says something, like, this is my body, like, he has, like, the power to, like, do stuff like that just by saying. But he, like, can speak stuff into existence, right? I'm sure, like, none of us would disagree with that. But so basically the idea is he's this bread of life discourse that we just talked about. And then at the Last Supper, he also, like, kind of does the same thing. He's just like, take this and eat, like, this is my body, which is, like, given up for you. And, like, the thing here is, like, if you put it all into the same context, it's not meant figuratively, is the thing. So our communion is, like, not figurative. So it, like, is the body and blood of Jesus Christ. And the idea is that in John, he told us to eat it, and he said it multiple times. And then he made absolutely sure that everybody that was listening understood that he wanted them to literally eat his flesh. And, like, I think the Hebrew word that he used was, like, not just, like, to figuratively consume something, but, like, to gnaw or, like, to masticate. So it was, like, a very graphic word that, like, he was using. He was like, you need to, like, chew, gnaw on my flesh, and, like the way you would eat, like, meat. So yeah, sorry. I don't know if you had questions about
so then because I think we got onto this topic by saying, like, there needs to be sacrifice within the communities, or like, so how does that play in?
Okay, yes. So basically, in Jewish times, like, the way that they did it was, like, the priests, they were instructed, just in the Old Testament, like, you must gather a lamb. It must be like this, must be without blemish.
It can't,
blah, 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 blah.
without blemish. It can't be hobbled in any way, or any kind of yep.
So what they would do, they would take this perfect lamb, and the priest would lay their hands on it, and they would kind of, like, transfer the sins of the world, like, or of their community, or whatever, into the lamb, and then they would slaughter the lamb on the altar. And that was, like, what God instructed them to do. And it was like, without the shedding of blood, there's no remission of sin. And that was, like, the whole idea. And like, this is what I would tell, like, atheists too. It's like, if you look just across cultures, like, there's this universal, like, understanding in a lot of, I guess, primitive cultures, where it's like, yeah, you're gonna go, like, sacrifice something. Like, the Aztecs had live sacrifice to their gods.
Yep.
Like, you kind of understand that there should be some kind of,
can't
like,
get something for nothing kind of thing.
Yeah.
You got to do something.
Yeah.
You got to break some eggs if you want that omelet.
That's right.
I know it sounds bad, but it's like, well, I mean,
Well, true.
Yeah.
So that's what it was like, right? But then, like, that was only meant to, like, for that time, until, like, Jesus came. So we say that Jesus is the Lamb of God, and he's, like, the perfect lamb. Like, he's the perfect sacrifice, because, like, we could keep killing these lambs for all eternity, but, like, those are all finite, right? And, like, when Adam and Eve sinned, like, the gap between sinful human nature and God is, like, infinite. So it would need, like, an infinite kind of lamb to, like, do that. So like, by dying on the cross for us, like, at Calvary, like, Jesus kind of is that Lamb of God. And then I think, like, the difference is that I think if you take Christianity into, like, the Jewish context, into, like, Jesus's context, a lot of things are, like, better understood in that context. So there's, like, with, like, the wedding feast and all this, where he's like, like when he like drinks the cup and like, you know, offers it to people, he's like basically like kind of like presenting himself as a bridegroom, but also like he's also basically instituting kind of the mass at the Last Supper when he instructs them to like take the bread, and you know he like says a prayer and he says like do this like in remembrance of me. Also like just our understanding is it's like not purely meant to be symbolic, that like there is a spiritual reality that is happening at mass, and basically it's like a representation of Calvary. So I know like one argument against it is like, well, isn't his death enough? It's not like he's like dying again for us, but it's kind of like I guess as humans we're like three-dimensional, like we're like limited by time and stuff, right? But like in a sense like we can be at Calvary, like there's nothing like stopping God from like making that present to us. It's like re-present in a sense. So yeah, basically let me like try to pull that up. Trying to like find some Bible justification for all this heresy I'm spewing at you. I don't think it's heresy.
No. Dude, I love discussing like theology and everything relating, like I talk with, you know, a significant portion, you probably wouldn't be surprised to find out that a significant portion of the students that I have are Muslim. And I really enjoy, you know, talking with them about their faith and their beliefs and why they do the things that they do, and it, you know, like and yes, you're correct, I'm not Catholic, but we both believe in the same God with same Jesus and everything like that. Like we're both Christians, so it's like, yeah, even if it's not like I am very much interested in finding out more and finding out about why different, you know, denominations of Christianity, you know, do what they do. I believe that God put us on this earth with a desire, you know, to seek, you know, knowledge and light. Like, you know, like I really I don't think that he put us on this earth to while away in darkness and ignorance. So I hope that, you know, if you don't mind sharing with me, I'm always happy to hear. Like, and there are, and especially I loved like talking the Bible too. Like, you know, there's a lot of you know, a lot of discussion, especially like, you know, academically about like that the Bible isn't, you know, univocal, and there are a lot of different like, you know, contradictions here and there. But I'm like I think, you know, like you mentioned, like, you know, in the beginning there was the Word, right? Like, and right. I believe that our Heavenly Father has given us, you know, these, you know, the scriptures and these things that we have to help guide us, help, you know, help us live a life that is, you know, in step with Him. And I think the times in my life personally when I felt the most depressed, the most unsatisfied, the most like yearning were times where I didn't have the Lord. I didn't have the Word. I didn't crack open the Bible. I didn't want to hear what He had to say. Or I especially like, you know, I there were even times in my youth where I like almost disparaged wisdom. You know, where I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna do it the way I want to do it, and whatever happens, happens. And it's like, oh, how unwise. But now, like, my favorite book of the Bible, hands down, is James. And I love James so much for what it speaks to wisdom, and, you know, and especially when it talks about teachers, like, not many of you should be teachers, for know that those of you who teach will be judged more. That's like, yeah, we should be really careful about what we say as teachers. But
But I love that. I love. I think there's so much wisdom in the Bible, and so many things that we can learn, and how we treat each other, and how we come closer together, or try to walk in a way that emulates what our Heavenly Father, what Jesus did for us. Which is why I always I don't know, there's got to be a way to say it, but whenever I see somebody that stands on a kind of like on a religious ground about something, like you should do this because it's the godly thing to do, or you should do this because it's if you're a Christian you should do that, or you should vote this way because this is the way, or something along those lines. I always try to ask myself, I give myself like, okay, is what they're saying, does it pass the Jesus test? Like, and by that I mean, like, can I point to somewhere in the Bible, can I point to somewhere in the life of Christ where he modeled that, or he emulated, or he demonstrated that through his teachings or his actions, something along those lines? Like, can I do it? Because if I can't do it, if I can't find a way where, like, so for example, like, again, like, this is not about, I'm not sure how you feel about this, but I have a feeling that we're maybe on the same page on this. But one thing that I feel is very anti-Jesus, or against what Jesus taught us, is, are you familiar with like the Westboro Baptist Church? Like,
No, I've heard that name, but I'm not.
These
sure
are the
I
people
know.
who would stand, like they would picket like funerals, or they stand on the side. They have those
Okay.
signs that say God hates, FAGS, and that kind of things, like those kind of things. We have about once a semester on average. There are those kind of like proselytizers that will like come out, and they'll just have like a bullhorn, and they'll have their signs that are basically telling everybody that they're going to hell. Like, and they will just stand on corners, just demonizing everybody, just spewing as much like anger and brimstone and hell and stuff like that at people. And I just think, like, I don't like where like, I mean, maybe my biblical knowledge is a little foggy, but I never remember like God, or Jesus, standing on corners just condemning people as they pass by, like, you're going to hell, and you're going to hell, and you're going to hell, and you're going to hell. Like, I always felt like my image of what Jesus did was, of course he gave parables, of course he gave advice to people, of course he had an idea behind what it was, or what he was giving, or what he was preaching. But also he followed through with actions. He healed people. He fed people. He and he went to the lepers. He went to the prostitutes. He went to the tax collectors. He did all these, like, he put himself as much as he could in the shoes of the people that were the most marginalized, or the most like hated in society, and all these other things. It's like, look, it's not just for the Jews, it's for the Gentiles. It's not just for one special group of people, it's for everybody. Jesus is for all. Like, and like, whenever I see people out there who are just like, nope, you can't be a part of us because you're going to hell, and maybe if you do this and this and this and this and this, maybe you'll be cool with us, but until then you're burning. And I'm like, man, like, I've been in the wilderness before, like, on a spiritual faith-based level. That would not have brought me back to Jesus. Like, that would not have brought me to his light and his forgiveness and his grace. Like, oh my goodness. Like, that was not the way. So I don't see, when I see stuff like that, I'm like, I don't see the Jesus in that. Like, that's what gets me. And it's like, it's not that we support sin or we encourage sin, but also, like, it's about acknowledging where people are at, wherever they're at, whether they are deep in sin or they're the most devout person you've ever met. Like, Jesus wants to walk with everybody regardless of where they stand. And it's not about getting right with 18 million. Like I was just watching North Point is my church down here, and they're actually doing a series right now called Who Needs Church, and it's a really cool series because it talks about that. And it's like, and today's just the message I'm a day behind because I usually watch it the next day if I can't catch it on Sunday, and it was talking about basically that it was saying that people often think that they need to be holy or they need to be right with God or they need to do A, B, C, D, E, F, and G before they go to church, because they don't want to go there and be judged. They don't want to go there and think, oh man, this person's life is a wreck. Like, but it's interesting because those are often the people who need it the most. Those are the people who need that community, who need people who are like, look, I ain't here to judge you. I'm here to help you. I'm here to love you. I'm here to show you the grace and mercy that was once given to us by the sacrifice of our Lord and Savior. Like, there is nothing that we could do on this earth that would earn our way into heaven. Like, we can't, like, there's no way that we can, like, that's how far, like, when you mentioned, like, the Adam and Eve, like, the infinite gap, like, we were infinite gapped. Like, there was no way that we could just be like, well, if I do this many holy things, then it doesn't matter if I believe in Jesus. It doesn't matter if I do all these things. It doesn't matter all these other things. I could just earn my way into heaven. And it's like, nope, that's not how that works. And I love that about Jesus. I love that there is something like that when he says, or what, that when it came to Jesus, it wasn't about, earning your way. It wasn't about, and because the thing is even his disciples, they were like, in the times in which he actually said, get behind me, devil, or whatever, like when they're trying to like fight to be at his right and his left. They're trying to be, everybody, I can be higher on the holy, the holy hierarchy, if you will. Like, I can be, this, and it's just like, dude, no, like, not that. Like, this is not what I came here to do. It wasn't about, separating people into levels of holiness. And it's what's really interesting about that is that we see that in a lot of other things, like, like Scientology and a lot of other things. It's about being levels. You can be a level 7 or a level 8 or a level 6 or whatever it is. And if you donate this much, then you can get to the next level. And it's like, what? No, like there's no levels, because it's like, it's Jesus abolished this thing, like, like he fulfilled the covenant. He fulfilled this. He's like, hey, look, there was no way you could get in. There was no way to like bridge this gap before. But as you said, I'm giving the ultimate sacrifice to bridge that in a way that no other sacrifice could do it. No amount of like flogging yourself, no amount of tithing, no amount of like holy acts could earn your way into this. It's like it's his sacrifice that brought us that connection. So sorry, I went on a little rant there, but I don't know. That's my perception of it. That's how I've grown. But to that point, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't. And I think that like things like communion, things like, even like I know that Catholics go through like things like confirmation, and I think all these things, religious practice. I think if it helps you to be closer to Jesus or feel closer to God, or helps you to, make that deeper connection to feel like you're walking with him, as closely as you can, I think it's great. As long as it doesn't hurt anybody else, I think, do what you got to do. If it's praying 100 times a day, if it's wearing a cross, if it's, doing a certain number of activities, as long as you're not hurting anybody, like, I think it's great, and that's why I'm like, I will not disparage or speak ill of anything that I'm not necessarily a part of. especially if it helps people to develop their faith more with our Lord. So
That's nice. I I had something I was gonna ask,
okay,
but it honestly goes the other way.
okay. What is it?
After you said all that nice stuff, here's my question to you though, right? Um, so, I mean, obviously, I mean, just to get it out there, obviously, like I have great respect for, you know, my brothers and sisters in Christ that are, you know, different denominations, and also for people that are like just religious and not, you know, not Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just I'm throwing that out there right now because like maybe it's gonna sound different.
Yeah.
But let me say this. So I would say this, that like, I mean, on the one hand, like, yes, yeah, sure, I would agree that, yeah, it is great if like I do something that is a religious practice that helps me, right? It helps me get
Mhm.
closer to God. But then I would say, I would ask you this counter question on the other hand, though. It's like, basically, I feel like a lot of the way that Jesus is that he comes and he like doesn't let you pick certain options, if that makes sense. Like if you've heard C.S. Lewis's
Mhm.
like Lord Liar or Lunatic thing that he says, right?
Mhm.
It's like if you're like talking to an atheist and then they're like, oh well, he was just a good teacher or he was just this, and sure, like anyone can believe what they want, but like Jesus didn't leave certain options open to us, if that makes sense, right? Like
Mhm.
here's a guy that's claiming that he's gonna forgive sins, like, you know, even if, you know, they seemingly don't involve him, but like they all involve him, and it's like if you sin against me, he can forgive both of us for it. You know, it's like that would sound crazy if he was not God,
Mhm.
right? So like I'm sure you're familiar with that argument, but then my question is like, as far as Catholicism goes, like, I mean, I guess if you don't look too closely at it, you can say like, oh, like that's nice that, you know, I'm, you know, doing this stuff. But if you really think about it, it's like I feel like Jesus kind of makes us pick, you know. So like at the risk of having you think I'm like crazy,
Mhm.
um I think that like it it should be polarizing in a sense, right? Like, so if I've said all this stuff that I've said, it's basically like there is a piece of bread that, you know, a priest is going to hold up at mass, and like there are a billion people, or maybe not every Catholic is like fully understands what they should believe, what the church teaches, I should say. But
Mhm.
there are like hundreds of millions of people that believe that that piece of bread becomes Jesus. And if that piece of bread, if, you know, if that is not accurate, that is idolatry.
Okay.
I mean, what do you think of that? Just before I keep
No,
going,
I
what do you
no
think of
I
that statement?
no I okay. So yeah, no, I can see that. I can
Okay.
see the argument. I don't have a
Just trying to like inflame it a little bit,
no.
so because I was thinking like, because like the whole idea behind like, because I actually, when I was atheist, like I went through like my first conversion, and then I like took another step towards Catholicism, I would say. And
Mhm.
I think like the idea is not just that like, oh, that it helps me, which it does, don't get me wrong, but
I probably way oversimplified it. I'm just yeah.
sure, no, it's okay. But I think the idea that I'm trying to get at, I'm kind of rambling because I'm tired,
Mhm.
is it's like if there was something that Jesus wanted to be done,
Mhm.
and if he wanted it to be done a certain way, like would would that not like be of interest to you? And I'm sure it would be of interest to you,
Mhm.
but I was just saying like, if you have like spare time, if this is like a rabbit hole that you haven't like looked into super deeply,
Mhm.
like to like consider, if, you know, it's like as far as like the Eucharist goes, and as far as like what we as Catholics believe
Mhm.
about like kind of everything we've talked about, it's like either it doesn't matter, or it matters a lot, right? And if
Mhm.
Jesus is making a big deal out of it, it's possible that it matters a lot.
Yeah.
That's kind of like my thing. So I think like it's like my natural reaction to like the very nice things that you said about about us, but it's like I also don't want like my particular faith to be, I guess, in a sense reduced into like, oh, it's just something that like helps me, because like in my personal opinion, um it's like not just that it's helpful, but it's that like it's the way Jesus like wanted to be worshipped, in a sense.
Mhm.
Like this is like what they wanted, right?
Okay.
Like, to give you an analogy to like the Jewish times, like God was very, very particular about like, it must be this big by this big,
Oh
you
my
must have it
gosh,
like
yeah.
this.
When
And
you talk about like
he
the Ark of the
was,
Covenant and like how
yeah,
many, in the temple, and how many like drapes it needed, and how what color and what
yeah.
materials, everything. I was like, oh my gosh, man.
But
Yeah.
the whole idea is that like we have a God that's very particular about like how he wants his worship to be done. And I know that like it's very common, especially in America, to just feel like, oh, like, well, now like that's the way it was and now it's this way. But I don't think God's nature is like has changed, well, that it can change at all, but like that it has changed to be like, oh, now I don't care about how worship should be done, right? It's so like that's just, I don't know, something to maybe think about.
Well,
that,
I
like,
do apologize if I was overly, I don't know, reductive about any of that. I didn't mean to be that way, but I also know that there is a deep well of that, of particular, like, I mean, I've been to mass several times. My uncles are Catholics, my grandparents are Catholics. There's a lot of that in my family history. Now, my parents are Protestant, or were Protestant. But I've done like especially like having a lot of friends growing up that were Catholic as well, about like confirmation and a lot of the practices that were there. And you mentioned the Eucharist, and a lot of I know that that's a very deep well of stuff. So I apologize if the way I said it was overly reductive. I do think my point was that I'm supportive of practices that are not. I should qualify this. The reason why I'm cautious a little bit about things, about not necessarily Catholicism, but just any faith, especially when it comes to Christianity, I am always cautious about things that are overly exclusionary. Like things that are meant to make some people more exclusive than others, even if that's not the original intention. If in practice that's what it does, like that's why I'm always a little bit careful about that. And why, like, traditionally I've been to like non-denominational churches, not because I don't think that the bread is God. Absolutely, I'm down with that. Although, I mean, that's what the purpose of communion is. But I also know that, like, in my own experience and within experience of people I've known, sometimes that leads people to a path of this is the right way, this is the only way. And if you're not on board with that, then you're out, and I always get really nervous about stuff of that nature. So I didn't mean to reduce what was being said as like, oh, it's just a feel good thing. It, like, I absolutely know that is like foundational, especially for Catholics, that a lot of this stuff is like, this is Catholicism. It's these are the steps. This is the way it should be done, or is done, or has been done historically. And by doing this is, but I was just meaning like it. If somebody says, well, I want to go through like confirmation, I want to do a fast, I want to do all these things, I'm like, that's great. Is if it's, as long as the intention of it and the ultimate result of it is not just like exclude other people, You know, which I don't think that that's necessarily like the case, especially in the case of like confirmation, but more like, you know, if it's used to exclude people, like if you're saying, well, hey, the way, not you, I'm saying if somebody were to say like, hey, the way to Christ is to stand on street corners and condemn people to hell, like, and that's the way, you know, by doing that, that makes you better with God, and this, that, you know, that's how you bring, you know, that's how you increase his flock or whatever. Not you, not Catholics. I'm just saying, if somebody were to say that, I'd be like, what is the effect of that? Like, that, I feel like that excludes more people than it does draw people in. That's all. But not saying that that's what Catholic
I think we're
does.
talking kind of parallel.
Yeah.
I don't think we're talking about the same things.
Okay.
I mean, okay, I get that, and I'm on board with that.
But you're saying,
then-
if I'm understanding what you're saying, is like that when Jesus is very expressly stated, even multiple times, that this is how, like, especially like through the act of communion and the Last Supper and things like that, like, this is how this is done. Like, he's demonstrated it. Like, this is my body. This is the bread. You know, take it, eat it. This is my blood. This is the wine. You know, take it, drink it. You know, like, he demonstrated it. Like, and so, you know, even nowadays, you know, like, so can I ask something? I'll ask something of you.
Yeah.
How would you feel about somebody who substituted grape juice instead of wine? Is that still in the realm?
Where?
Or
like,
is that
in what context? In like
in
a
communion?
Protestant context or a Catholic context?
No, Catholic. Like, if somebody were to not have wine but actually have grape juice instead, would you be like, no, that ain't it? That's not the way it was done.
Well, I mean, okay. First of all, sorry. So the priest has to do the consecration, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then the priest just wouldn't consecrate grape juice.
Grape juice,
and
yeah.
if he did,
Okay.
it would not be a valid mass. Like, it wouldn't be
Okay.
valid. And the priest would probably lose his priestly faculties because he's not allowed to.
What about in the Protestant context?
See, in the Protestant context, I don't care, because in the Protestant context, when they do it, it's like a symbol, right?
Mm.
So the thing that's different about, well, I actually never finished my thing.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The Eucharist. So, okay, I'm trying to like recap it all quickly because I want to go to bed. So sorry. So Jesus, you know, like we talked about how Jesus, like, he didn't say like, in John, he didn't say like, this represents my body. He said like, this is my body. And basically, like, we know like a Jewish rabbi wouldn't ever call a symbol like his body, because, like, you know, especially like in the Jewish context, their understanding of God is that the words create reality. So like, they would never do that, right? And then so like in John 6, he basically promises the Eucharist before the Last Supper, and we went through that. And like the whole idea here is that like the early church, they took it literally. And when we say like the early church, we mean like in the year 100, or, you know, like right after Jesus was died, and like the people that were like right after his apostles, like the people his apostles taught, and which can be basically traced like through the Catholic Church, since like, you know, everything kind of branched out from there.
Yeah.
So like Saint Ignatius of Antioch like said a lot about it. Like Saint Justin Martyr, you know, said like, it's not common bread, but like it's like the body and blood that Jesus, you know, of Jesus that was made flesh. And like these people like did not really misunderstand, you know, that's like, you know, the bearers of the faith, you know, before the Bible was put in print. And basically like the Eucharist is, you know, like basically Jesus in the New Testament shows how he's like fulfilling like everything from the Old Testament, and the Eucharist, you know, is no exception in a sense, right? So we have like Melchizedek offering bread and wine, and that kind of foreshadows everything. And then like we have like the Passover, which so the thing about the Passover lamb that was sacrificed was like they weren't just sacrificing it, they had to eat it too, right? They're like commanded to eat it too. And basically we're like not creating anything new. We're like kind of, you know, God's kind of just like extending this idea, you know, of like eating the Passover. And sorry, that was my first thing about the Passover. And then basically he gives like his apostles like the power to like basically like act like in his person and like and do this. So like that power is kind of like passed on like through the priests. And he like, so the thing is like, I think that the question that we'd have to ask, right, is like Jesus being a devout Jew, and like there's all this temple worship and they have all this stuff, like sure, like he like, you know, got rid of a lot of stuff, but like did he mean to abolish like the worship, or did he just change it and like make all things new in himself, right? And I think that's like the crux of the situation is like for Catholics, we would say that like the priest like acts in the person of Christ, and he is able to actually confect like the bread, and it's called like transubstantiation, and like the bread literally becomes like the body and blood of Jesus Christ, like the bread and the wine actually both become the body and blood of Jesus Christ. And that's like what he like told us to do, and it's meant to be understood like literally. And so I would say that like a Protestant minister who does not like, you know, have like the direct laying on hands from the apostles that like came from Jesus, they like don't have the, I guess, the authority or the power to like confect the bread and wine to actually turn it into like the body and blood of Christ. So at like a Protestant service, like it would only be a symbol, and it typically is understood to be a symbol. So like, I mean, I have no problem with that, because I don't think anyone's like confusing that for Jesus. But if somebody actually thought that it was like the body and blood of Jesus, you know, I would maybe like tell them, I would like talk to them about what I think is happening, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I got you. I'm with you.
But yeah, I think that's like the thing that's like you said, like that's the thing that's like central to our religion, right? It's like the Catholic faith in particular. It's like, well, there's like a couple questions, right? It's like, one, like, did God leave us a book, or did he leave us a church, right? That's like, and when we say like a church, I don't mean in like the sense,
I know you're talking about the ecclesia.
yeah. Well, I mean, like, did he give us like a magisterium? Did he give us an authority? Like, did he do that or not? And then the other question is like, you know, it's like, what do you make of John 6? Like, why did he say literally eat this, like trogo, like gnaw, masticate? You know, like why did he make such a big deal out of it? Why did like all those people leave? Why is that recorded in the Bible? And then why did he, you know, like why did everything else after that happen? And I think, yeah, sorry, I'm kind of rambling a bit too.
No, I'm. It's marinating, man. I think deeply on what you're saying, because it's important. It matters, and I'm. It's weird. Like, I know that we talk about like lenses, and I think when it comes, we've had this conversation many times before. But you know, it was always my understanding that our goal, our hope, you know, is to look at life through the lens of God. You know, to try as much as we can to see our life, our way of life, our actions, our habits, our relationships, you know, our love for one another through the lens of God, through the lens of Christ. And so when we talked about like politics, for example, like a lot of people look at Christ through the lens of politics, when it's right. You know, to be honest, like it should be completely reversed. Like it should be looking at things, you know, through the lens of Christ, because everything is after that. Everything comes after that. And so, you know, like when we talk about things like this, like it's very interesting to me, because I think like our lenses might be slightly different, but I think it's like the purpose of that, and the purpose of your actions and things like that, and is to I believe, you know, is to model yourself as best as you can
through the Word, through Christ's instructions. I think that's wonderful. Like, I think it's great. I do say, like, ultimately, I think all of us, regardless of our denomination or our faiths and everything like that, I do think all of us will have to someday stand before the Lord and make an account for our actions and our beliefs and the way things and the way we did things. So I encourage you to dive deep into that book, man. I love talk. Like I said, I love theological discussion and talks, because every now and then I get a different, like, because it's such an interesting thing, because it's such an impactful, and such a, like, thousand plus years, generation spanning, multi-generation spanning text. It's like it's left up to so many scholars and people to understand it and interpret it, and then we've had full denominations come about because of that. And it's really, really, I'm so interested in that. I'm really interested to see, like you said, like with the Eucharist and with the bread and the consecration and all those, the confection and all those steps. Like, I think that's really interesting to me. I really like it. I like the discussion of it. So I would say thank you very much for sharing that with me.
Yeah, you're one of the few people that is a good listener. So.
I hope so, but I do, like, I think the way that you, like, that you describe it and the way that you share, like, I believe was it Paul who said there, it's interesting, there are a few moments, not just a few, but there are a few moments when it comes to actually like faith, when it's called upon, like, be ready to explain why you believe the way you believe. Like, it's biblical. Where it's like, hey, be ready to explain why you have faith and why you believe it.
Yeah.
So when you talk like you just talked now and you shared with me, I'm like, he's got it. He's got his I don't want to use the word defense, but he's got his explanation. He's got his reasoning. He's got his judgment, for why he believes the way that he does. And I think that's amazing. Really awesome.
Thanks.
So, and again, like, it's interesting. I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Like, hold on. Give me a second, real fast. Just let me look this up real quick, 'cause I'm trying to remember the verse. Perfect. Matthew 18:20. For where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there I am in the midst of them. So, like, when you and I gather together and we talk about Jesus and Christ and our faith and our belief, like, I really do believe Jesus is with us. Like, I really do believe that he's there guiding our thoughts and our hearts and the way that we communicate with each other. So I love it. I really do thank you. I will say, I don't, especially nowadays. I mean, see, I can't even feel like I feel like it's hard for me to I don't want to say complain, but it's hard for me to use this as an excuse, but, like, as a parent, in our lives and work and all the other things that happen, but particularly as a parent, it can be very difficult sometimes to make. And I was a part of a small group until it disbanded, because they do it in, basically for my church, they do it in like quarters or thirds almost in the year, and then they're like take breaks for that. But unfortunately my small group had to disband because the leader ended up becoming a leader within the junior high and high school ministry, in our church, and he was an amazing leader. I loved him so much of our small group. But the new small groups are starting up soon, so I need to get into it. But I've missed this. I missed being able to talk with somebody else of our faith and sharing our beliefs and why we believe the way we believe and the way that we act. So I thank you. I really do. I've missed this.
Shoot, I had something I wanted to say too. I have to remember it. I'm so sorry. I'm so like, I didn't know.
No, it's late. It's after midnight, man. That's late stuff for us dads, man. And you got 3. Yeah. That's why I was saying, like, it's hard for me to be like, well, I got my 1 and you've got 3 over there.
Yeah, they keep me up a lot.
They do, I bet. You and your lovely wife are on zone defense now. You know, you can't used to be able to man that thing, but now you got with 3. But I think that's really beautiful, man. I'm just gonna say, like, on a complete side note, I think it's really beautiful that you guys have made your family, and I hope having had 3 kids, like, I think that's amazing. And if you decide to have more, great. Like, I grew up in a family of 3, and looking back at it now, and I guess maybe with my level of exhaustion and all the anxiety that I've had over being a parent and providing and also thinking about my wife's faith walk and my child's walk, faith walk, and all the how to raise him and all other things, like, I'm like, dude, how did my parents do 3? Like, how do you do 3? Because, like, 1, it was enough for me to, like, lose all sleep. And, like, I recently, like, got a haircut. But, like, before that, dude, all of this is gray now, man. Like, it is all gray. Like, it's, like, wild how much, like, I was looking at pictures from me from, like, 3, 4, or 5 years ago. And literally, I looked 10 years younger, like 15 years younger. It is crazy how much children age. But I can't imagine what 3 does, man. I don't know when you sleep, brother.
2 a.m. to 3 a.m.
That sounds about right. Oh, man.
So I guess I feel like, I've gotten in trouble before for, like, trying to push my religion on people. But, like, I don't know. I just want to say, like, that, like, A, like, it's all done out of love. But, and B, like, I am very impressed with, with you as a Christian, and, like, how you see the world, and, like, you're just, I don't know, just how you are. And I guess I just wanted you to, like, think about certain things, like, maybe, hopefully they could, like help you, right? So we said that, like, ultimately it is about, like, your walk with Jesus, and and how you live your life. And I also ultimately think that, like, at the end, like, you're not going to be judged on, like, oh, did you pick the right denomination or whatnot, right? Like, I don't think that is the case. But I will say that like, I feel like if there was something, like, worth looking into for you, and, like, I'm not saying that, like, I want you to, like, necessarily just, like, convert or anything, but I want you to, like, consider some things. It's like, and then the big takeaway question would be, like, what if there was a way that, like, God wanted it to be done, right? And, like, what if there was, like, a best way to do things, if that makes sense, right? Like, what if, like, just for example, with the Eucharist, I'm only, like, kind of, like, not letting that go. I'm only kind of harping on it so much because it's, like, so impactful for me, right? I just kind of, like, want the world to experience it. Kind of like the same way that, like, if somebody had never heard about Jesus or God's love, like, you would absolutely want them to, like, have it and have all of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
So in the same way, it's like, well, like, to consider John 6, and then to consider this, that, like, if God loved you so much, like, not only did he, like, die for us, which he did, and, that's, like, crazy, but, like, what if he like even wanted to do more? Because like he wants a relationship with us, right? So it's not like he only wanted to die for us and didn't want a relationship with us, because he definitely wants that too. So like, so I'm not trying. So I know like it might sound like I'm trying to discount like what he did for us, like, but I just want to say like, what if he wants like more than that, right? So like, what if he wants to like feed us, you know, and then we can say sure, there's spiritual nourishment, but it's like, well, what if he wanted to like feed you with his body, you know, like, and I think about my wife like nursing our children, and how she like she cries whenever they're ready for solids, because she wants to like feed them, like she wants to like literally nurse them, she wants them to like, you know. And it's like, what if God wanted to to like nourish us with his like actual body, like with his flesh, like what if that was what he wanted for us, and what if that had like some kind of crazy spiritual benefits, and that's like what he wanted for us all along. And I know like I don't know if you've considered it that way, but it was just something I wanted you to like think about, like what if, because like I would say like if it's true, then like nothing that you do now would necessarily have to be like given up, you know.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Absolutely.
So it's like it's not like a this or, but it's like a both and type thing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well,
Anyway,
if I can just
that was like,
no, like, and I don't feel like you've pushed anything on me. That's not at all how I interpreted it.
okay.
And look, here's the thing, man. I'm gonna just share with you real super fast because I know you're sleeping. You gotta go. But here's the thing, dude. Like, one of the things that I have taken away, and it's been shared with me through multiple members, in my church and in my small groups and things like that, is I have a propensity. Maybe it's been, maybe it's been my propensity, especially since becoming a father, is I try to control so many different things in my life, and it's so hard. It is so hard. And my small group leader even said, he's like, look, man, you have so much fear about the future and so much fear about, because you're trying to control all these things. He's like, it's really hard for people who feel that way to try to just open their hand immediately and be like, look, everything's riding with God now. Like, it's hard for people to do, who have that like kind of issue with control. But he's like, work on that, like let go of a pinky. If you're holding on to 100%, let go of 10%, and work on that. Work on letting go more at 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, and then work your way up to 100%, giving over to God. And here's what I will say, based on what you just told me and what you encouraged me to do, is I'm working on it right now. I've got like a pinky down. I'm working on the ring finger right now. I'm trying to let God in to as many places in my life as I possibly can, and just be like, please work in this way and show me what you need to show me. Like, let me hear what I need to hear. So I will take what you have said and I will pray on it. Like I told you, I will think on it deeply, and I'm going to ask God to show me what he would like me to do, and or to help or allow for me to discern the path that he would like for me to walk down. And if that is the path, then by goodness, I'm going to try to walk it. And you might hear some questions from me in the future, down, more so. But how we started this whole conversation is I believe that we were put on this earth to seek that light and to seek that discernment. So I will pray on it, brother, and I will look into it and try to keep my mind open for the way that God wants to work in my life and the lives of my family and friends and things like that. So if I hear it, then I will, or if I see it and I say, hey, maybe this is something for me, I will definitely let you know.
Okay. I mean, I'm here for you no matter what,
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, I didn't think it was like, hey, if you don't. friendship over. You know?
Yeah.
Like I didn't get that feeling from you. No, it was just, but no, I appreciate, because honestly, like this, oh man, dude, I'll be very, very frank. I've always thought that like evangelizing or like, you know, proselytizing or just sharing like faith with people is one of the scariest things. It's not because I don't believe in what I think God has shared with me, or what God, you know, has done in my life. I always worry that I'm going to, you know, like my words, like I worry I'm going to say it the wrong way, or I'm going to do it the wrong way, or I'm going to, you know, like do either my actions or something that I do that I'm going to turn people away. And that's just the furthest thing from what I would ever want to do, you know, for, you know, our Savior. Like I'd never want something that I would say, and man, Lord knows I have said so many different thoughtless things before, and not necessarily faith related. Well, maybe, I don't know. When we stand before, I'm always curious if when we stand before Him, if we can like say, hey, can I get like a recap of my life? Like, when did I do this thing good, or when did I do this thing bad? Or is there any way I could see like what was it? What's, you know, what did I do? Like, what kind of impact did this thing have? Or should I have done this? I'm just really curious if I ever get to ask that, because that'd be super, super cool. Because I'm really curious. But that's always been something that I've always really marveled at, people who have that just kind of like, you know, that reckless abandon, if you will, that full all-in faith, where it's like, dude, they will walk up to anybody on the street, in the supermarket, in the, you know, knock on their doors, whatever it may be, you know, without any fear. And I don't think that's not like not having fear, but I think it's, you know, just having that. Like, I think that's really incredible. And I think the Lord gives us gifts. I think there are people who have gifts for that as well. But I also think that I think that's a scary thing sometimes, to be like, hey, can I share my faith with you? You know, like,
yeah.
And again, like you're talking to somebody who'd probably be a little bit more receptive, being that we're both, you know, like believers in Christ. But I still think it's an amazing thing. So thank you for being bold enough to share that with me, and know that I sincerely appreciate it. I really do.
Thanks. Well,
But if you want to go get your 1 hour of sleep, give my best to your family. I hope everything is going well. Are the kiddos okay?
They're all good. Yeah, everyone's healthy. I mean, I complain more than I should, but I have no ground to stand on for complaining.
Dude, I would never. I've said this before. Like, my son, he is on a thing right now. Noah is on a thing where, because we model it all the time with our kids. You know, our kids are always picking things up by watching us. It's behaviorism. It's basic. But
Yeah.
you know, like, he's doing this thing right now because he sees that every night I give him a kiss on the top of his head, and I do that for my wife too. Like, I give her, you know, a kiss and stuff like that. And now at the end, like right tonight when we were going to sleep tonight, he went up on top and like when we were laying in bed, because we do like co-sleeping, stuff like that. Like, he was like came up and gave my wife a kiss on the top of her head, and came up and gave me a kiss on the top of my head. I'm like, I love you so much. You're the best baby ever. Like, I love you so much. But like, you know, but you can still be like, dude, it's hard. It's stressful. Like, this gray did not come from nowhere. These wrinkles,
Oh, yeah.
me looking like 10 years older in 2 years, you know, 2.5 years, that didn't come from nowhere. Okay, this kid, as much as I love him with all my heart, you know, like, you know, and it is honestly the greatest blessing that the Lord has ever given me, besides, you know, having a walk with him, you know, that it's just, you know, man, there's still times, whew, oh, the stress, my heart, the anxiety. So you're always going to get a receptive ear if you're ever just like, oh man, dude, kid's driving me up the wall, or, oh man, I've had so much fear and worry about this thing, or, oh yeah, no man, you can complain as much as you want. I never vent away, brother.
Okay.
That's what we can do as dads, right? We can be like, hey, you know, that's life. But get some rest, man. Get some rest. I appreciate you so much, brother.
You too. I'm so thankful for our friendship.
Likewise. Thank you for looking me up, dude. I looked up.
Oh,
I looked
yeah.
you up so many times, man. I could not
Same.
find you.
Same.
Oh, thank you for finding me.
I don't know how it happened. I don't know how it went through. You know,
I don't know
like
either.
it's like not like the first time I've looked for you. You know.
Same.
I-
I never found you. I messaged
Yeah.
some randoms and I'm like, no, that's not it. That ain't it. I did message some people, but I was
Nice.
just like, nah, it's so like, cause it was second grade, man. Like that's a long time ago. That was like 25 years or whatever it was. Like it was just crazy. Like you don't just, and this was like pre-internet, pre-everything,
Yeah,
Like-
I remember like when people moved away, I was like, well, I'll never see him again in my life.
Never.
Like that's just what I thought. And then once the internet, the kind of like became big, you were one of the first people I looked for.
Likewise.
obviously.
Yep. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, maybe I can find, but they didn't really have. I feel like before like social media, like I mean, like for example, because there was like AIM, like AOL Instant Messenger and stuff like that, but that wasn't really like a social media network. It was just like a way to communicate with people, but you couldn't just like look up somebody on AIM. You could find their screen name, I guess, but like that was about it. But it's just like unless you called yourself your name. Like I was like,
that was
I'm not gonna
nobody.
send a random message to that person, but no, I'm glad. I'm really glad that you were able to find, especially now when there's billions of people on those platforms. That it's like, hey, is this you?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. I literally remember when you contacted me. I swear I almost fell out of my chair. Like I was just like. I like yelled for Akane like, "Bang! No way!" And I was like, "Buckle up! 25 years in the making." Because I told her about you. Like I mean we'd shared like growing up because she always asked me like where I lived and I was like I was born in Wisconsin but then I lived in Kentucky for a while and then I moved up to Illinois and I was like. But I'm like, man, those Kentucky years, because there were some foundational memories that we had, man. Like there was some, I remember us being in the class and being the two, top students there, and it was always kind of like, I got in probably more trouble than you did, but I was always like talking with people, and it was like, well, when you and I were friends, it's like. I don't know how your parents felt, but my parents were happy that, like I was talking with, another good student, kind of thing. Where I was like,
same.
yeah, we're doing well. Like we're doing fine. Like, like they can be as mad. I mean, I remember my mom, I loved her. Like I loved her so much because she would go toe to toe with teachers that would like try to talk crap about me. And then be like, oh, well, he's really disruptive. And it's like, all right, well, how are his grades? And they're like, well, he's getting an A+, but it's like she's like, well, then give him more work, like do better, be a better teacher, challenge him, do something, and they didn't like that, which from a teaching perspective now, I'm like, yeah, disruptive students, but then it's like, well, it means they need more challenge. But anyway, no, I'm really glad that you reached out. I'm thankful for this friendship. So, but
Me too.
all right. Have a good night, brother. I will catch you soon. Yeah, just message me anytime or on Discord or anything if you want to talk or if anything else comes up. And, pray for our nation.
Of course. And you'll let me know if you have any questions or if anything pops into
absolutely.
your head.
We'll do.
All right. Good night, man. Love you.
Night, brother. Love you too. But yes, punishments to your point. Yes, definitely no atheists in the foxhole. That's hard, when you're staring, death in the face. Just a constant, to be like, there's nothing out there. When you die, you just fade into nothingness, and it's like, yeah, is that really how you feel now? Because a lot of people find their faith in the foxhole. But yeah, I'll be right back. 1 second, I'm just grabbing a drink. Yeah.
No, I mean it can be a little bit repetitive. But I also think like part of the reason why I like it is sometimes I just need to have like a chill game where I can just manage some things and you know build and grow and expand and you know. Drinking.
Research complete. Sector scanned.
Punisher, did you want to play some Arc Raiders?
Resources are low.
What is TFUE again? Tifu or whatever. Oh, I'm trying to remember. Oh, I was gonna say that's what I thought I remember, but.
Gotcha. Is it Tifu? I feel like I remember that name for some reason.
Research complete.
Somebody joined and then left immediately.
Sector scanned. Research complete.
I'm down to run some Ark. I've been asking about that. I was like, if anybody wants to run one, I'm down to run. Sure. Sweet. Wow. Alright, let me just wrap up this little round thing real fast, and then I'll, Sweet. Got a crew then. Oh, why did that happen, Punishments? Were you like not getting matches or something? Oh. Dang. Got called out, bro. What is that sound? All good. It happens.
Damage queens or matriarchs. Search first wave husks. Damage flying arc enemies. Sweet. Damage to shredders. Ah, woo! Open arc probes. Ooh, looks like we're gonna have some good old fashioned Stellamontis, baby. What is up?
A bunch. You invite Loco?
I did. Why don't we just be not accepting my invites, man? Oh, go. Yeah, better go get my medium gun
Raider, good to see you.
parts while I can.
Thanks.
So while we're waiting, um, punishments. Which are you trying to do? Some trials.
I've already 3-starred them all.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
could
I got
probably
like
do the flying
over
arc
4,000
enemy.
on matriarchs, 9,600 on search first wave husk, 9,000 on damage flying arc enemies, 10,000 on shredders, and I think 4,000 on probes.
Nice. Yeah, I think the flying arc enemies definitely and the first wave husks are probably pretty doable for damn battlegrounds. Oh, there's a matriarch event right now for the next 10 minutes.
That's not a 2x event.
But it's a what's it called, a weekly thing though, like a damage to matriarchs thing, right?
If you want to do the husk one, do it there in the hidden bunker because you got 40 minutes instead of 30, and there's a ton of husks on spaceport. Yeah, they don't start until like 2 in the morning.
So yeah, like what yeah, because I've probably got like an hour or so. If look what got on already. So I'm trying to think like what would be our best.
Like Lock Gate might be a good one for flying.
Okay.
Doing damage to flying because you get 2 times. Plus with 3 people, it should add up pretty quick.
Well, I'm able to. Well, I'm down to do that. It's got 10 minutes left of it, so.
Yeah. Even though we don't have the best of luck with lock gates.
We had some luck. It was something. But
I played that spider so bad. Oh my! I played it bad.
I played it bad. Well, I was out immediately, so I can't judge. What things give springs? I need to get some more springs.
Cooling coils give springs. The seat cushions, just find them randomly. If you go through damn battlegrounds, you go to the hydroponics, you can find at least 12 to 15 a run. You gonna turn them toasters in, or you just gonna save them?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes they're like, items that are used for like, what is it called? Like challenges and whatnot. But, or if anybody else needs them, I can drop them. All right, locked gate it is.
Yo. Definitely
Having some
breaking
mic
up.
issues?
Yeah, it's definitely not coming through.
Yeah, you're breaking up bad.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, completely.
Okay, there we go. Is it way too loud, or is it okay?
It's a little loud.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there. Perfect.
Yeah, it's better. Do you
All
want
right, so everything's good now?
Yeah. If you want to
Okay.
ready up soon, because I think we're running out of time for this event.
Yeah.
Whatever you're doing up.
Sorry about that. I was trying to get it working. I am still working on the new, slightly revised setup. So tonight it'll be my first night playing from my PC.
Oh, your PC in it right now?
Yes, because when you buy it on Xbox, you can load it through the Microsoft Store. So we can attempt to turn crossplay off and see if it kicks me or not. Because I don't know if Steam and Microsoft are compatible as both being PCs, but we'd have to try it and see.
Okay, for flying enemies. Kill as many as you can.
What?
We're trying to kill as many flyers as we
We're
can.
doing trials.
Oh, okay.
Flying enemies.
Oh, we should collect some. Ow, you fucker. Yeehaw!
There's 672 points down.
There we go.
Nice.
Well, we get 2 times on this event. We should be able to rack up a big amount of points. 3 people.
That's true, yeah. You just take a shot at the...
I'm gonna search some husks while you guys are shooting.
Yep. Oh, there's someone on the other side as a heads up there, Fox.
What's up?
There was... over... I don't know exactly where it came from, but when we were shooting, there's bullets coming from the opposite side.
Yeah, save that snitch scanner. You can call more in if you want.
Yeah. Do that. Who has it? Oh, yeah.
I do.
I'm bringing another snitch over. Let him call in.
And then take him out, yeah. Alright, he's calling. And now. You motherfucker. No. Get down here. You son of a bitch. No, you just got out of the thing. Damn it.
Another snitch.
Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Hold on. What the fuck? He didn't call in. The fuck is that about?
Oh, well.
That was weird.
If we had some cover, I'd call this Rocketeer over.
Where is it? Tag it?
The Rocketeer?
Yeah. Oh, there's a surveyor over here.
We got 3 of them down here, boys. 2 Hornets and
All
a
right.
Wasp.
Raider, down there.
Oh, yep, there's a raider there. Nice shooting.
I took auto aim off.
I didn't know it was a thing.
Well, it tries to go
Oh, I'm
center.
getting shot at by raiders.
Which direction, man?
The way I pinged that one before.
I saw it.
Over there.
Hey, guys. Yeah? Next one won't miss. Knock it off. They literally ran up away from us.
Yep, he's still shooting at me. Dick.
I don't think it's the same guy. The one that I was talking to is like way lower. Nah, that's not the same guy.
Oh, there you are.
I have an idea. Let's see. Where's that Rocketeer?
Well, I had it marked.
Is it anywhere near us or is it gone?
It's like 200 meters away. At least it was. Surveyor.
Cool.
He's coming over now.
Oh yeah, he is.
Look up. Danger.
Do you see this? No, no, no. No, he's not looking at us. He's shooting at them.
Nice.
You wanna fuck with me? Cool, I'm gonna bring out my friend with all the rockets. Oh man, I love using the environment against people. You know for a fact, Fox, that's not my first time doing that either.
Yeah.
Do you remember that night we were on Stellamontis?
Yep.
And I intentionally triggered the shredder to come after me?
Yep.
Oh.
Oops.
He's going down. Oh shit! Oh my god, I don't know how I didn't like actually crack my legs right off. There's a raider cache over here.
Medium shield, some ammo. Nothing I need.
A lemon.
Oh, I know this hole well. This is about where I died on that them spider.
You fuckers. Well,
Let's find some
what?
flying
Yeah.
stuff to shoot.
Yeah, yeah.
We've only got 2,400 points right now.
Well, I'd love to do more, but you know we got that knob up there hiding in the freaking rocks. You know.
That's why we come
Wait.
down here.
I can call one in on purpose.
There you go.
I hear something over here.
Yep.
There it is.
Snitch.
Yeah, let's let them. Yeah, come on. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Come on. There we
There
go.
you go.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. And if you shoot for the body more so than the rotaries, then you'll do more damage to them. Because when the rotaries pop off, it's not counting that as damage. Oh yeah.
Gotta hide behind stuff.
Alright, you guys ready for this?
Yeah, let's go.
Here we go!
There's 3 stars.
Thank you.
Hearing something big. What is that, a probe?
Yeah, it's a probe. Sounds like that. Ooh,
Oh, we got 2 more
guys
down
just
here.
came in over here.
Danger. There.
Was that you guys?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. Sometimes it looks like the bullet's coming from like the other side over there.
Okay.
That's what they
What
go.
the hell? Ooh, Rocketeer's up there too, so watch out. He's hovering our
Do
way.
we want to take it on or no?
If we can get inside, I got a hall cracker with me.
All right.
We ain't got an inside right now.
What gun do you have? A hull
Hmm?
cracker and what?
I
What
got a
guns
hall
do you have?
cracker, renegade, and a anvil.
We could do I think almost all the damage with just the anvil and the renegade, honestly. If you want to take it out.
Get 2 more.
I would still recommend some sort of cover, but I mean, I think we could even use this ring over here.
Danger down there.
Hide in and out of this body.
No, those things do a lot of radius damage.
Okay. I hear you, motherfucker. I'm just trying to plot out your demise. What about with that there? It's like a big ass exhaust thing. Ooh, there's also a leaper over here.
It doesn't fly, I don't care.
You didn't see shit, bruh. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. Did the leaper leave? Oh, nope, he's here.
Oh, my shield's broken down.
Oh no!
I'll join you guys as soon as I shake all these enemies over my head.
Yeah. Whoa. Well, it seems I attracted some of those friends of yours.
You get him?
Yep.
No one's smoking over here, but
He's on fire! There we go.
if anybody sees a shield generator, I want to know.
You say a shield?
Yeah, my shield's been cracked too many times.
There's a raider hatch up here with a medium in it.
I wish I
Raider.
could wear media, but I
Nice.
can't.
Oh, like your shield's like actually destroyed? It's not a like you can't repair it?
No.
Dude, I did one of these what do you call those, surveyors? Fucking killed the surveyor and there wasn't a single fucking thing that was in it. I was like, are you kidding me? I spent all that time and effort to kill that damn thing and now there's nothing in it.
Actually, I can craft if we've got the rubber parts. I can craft it.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I don't have any rubber on
Like,
it.
you just need a shield recharger?
No, a generator. Like, I need an actual one. Like, it's not a recharger. It's broken.
Oh, yeah, you can't craft full shields in round, can you?
Oh, I guess maybe not.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can
Use
do
a
the
power cell.
recharges.
Put a power cell in it for a shield.
Yeah, but he's saying that it's not like that. It's that he literally can't repair it. It's 0
You
out of
can put a
100.
power cell as your shield.
What?
I've seen people do it on stream. I've never.
Oh my god. Okay. Well,
Well, if I had a power cell, I would, but...
I got
advanced
5 of them.
power power cell?
Let me see.
Here.
Arc power
Here,
cell
try it.
as your shield. It says it's crossed out.
I was gonna say, I think you can use it to recharge your shield.
I
It's
could have
just
swore I
beyond
seen her.
recharging though.
I seen one of them put it in their shield slot. Just a regular power cell.
Maybe
That's
if it were
weird.
like... Oh,
I don't want to know how that.
Maybe it's got to be a certain augment.
maybe that's also the case.
It might
yeah.
be.
Like a tactical of some kind.
Yeah. Damn.
We got more flying enemies to kill.
As if we've done all this work in 9 minutes. I just looked at the time. I'm like, holy shit.
Come on, get out of the tree so I can see you. Come on.
Ooh, I desperately need to find some ammo.
Same.
Specifically medium.
There's a raider hat cache right here.
Oh! Fox! Here, take this! It's a full shield!
We gotta...
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on.
I'm not doing anything. I waited till the last minute there.
Nice.
Nice.
Wait, where's
work,
this thing
guys.
you were playing?
Right here.
A raider cache. Over here.
Good timing.
You can replace your shield with another shield.
Well, I've done that before. But
Now, I am sadly out of ammo, so I need a
what size you need?
medium.
Here. 80.
Wow, thank you.
There you go.
We'll be very careful.
Let's go around and double check all of these arcs too. Make sure that they don't have ammo on them that we can use.
Mostly light, usually. Sometimes medium, but mostly light.
Yeah, I think next time I'll make sure to have a light ammo on me as well.
Yeah, if it's a
Instead
hornet,
of
then it
a
should
heavy and a
have it.
medium.
Should have medium.
I can switch over to my heavy ammo weapon, so
I should just carry a third weapon.
I
What
am
was that?
carrying 3 weapons.
That snitch that was over there is like flopping all over the place. I don't know where the hell it went. I shot it and it just disappeared. Oh, there he is! I told you, he's flopping everywhere.
Come on, come on, come on. I'm right here. Scan me. Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah. Round 2. Fight.
Hell yeah, boys.
Are we getting there?
Yeah, we're getting there.
My
We're up to
Unfortunately-
7,499.
Nice.
What do we need?
We only need 4, but if you want to get higher on the rankings, you get as many as you want.
Oh, okay.
Over 10,000 is usually what you good number.
Hmm.
Oh, there's another Rocketeer.
I don't think I've got enough to take him on now.
If I had cover, I'd take him on, but I don't, so I ain't gonna mess with that.
Oh, right, because you've got the
Wolfpack.
part.
I got the Hull Cracker.
Yeah, the Wolfpack. Yeah.
Well, somebody just landed.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice work.
Oh, you son of a bee. I just got the shield.
Right when his laser gets bright red, roll. And he'll miss. That Rocketeer's looking at us. Be careful.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it sees us, actually. It's in, I think, investigation. Oh, nope, it just went back to patrol. Yep. I think it was yellow at first, but then they're like, eh, fuck it. Cool, so you want me to call in the airstrike?
Hold on.
Okay.
Got another snitch coming.
Good damn.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Get pretty good timing that.
Yeah. All right. I hear something large.
Probably the spider that respawned.
Okay. Do you want to stick a little more to this side then? I'm at, just so that way we're not drawing him. Because I've got 3 snitch scanners on me right now. So we can just say, hey, I want it right here. All right, you ready?
I think Fox is looting.
There should be
okay. Okay.
I've got a silencer on my Osprey, so I'm about that life.
Oh crap! He's
Hold his around. Yeah!
Eat the spice and eat the ball.
What do we got?
Oh, wow.
That was cool as fuck. Oh my god, I just realized that.
If anybody needs light ammo.
Well, if we don't want to get into a protracted fight, I do have a Raider hatch key, so we can.
I got one too.
What are we
but
sitting
wait,
at on this
I don't
round?
think we have it because this is that special one, right?
We're just under 10,000. We're at 96.59.
Yeah, I don't think there are any Raider hatches open. I think we have to start moving. Because we're on the special zone, yeah.
Is this a special condition map?
It is. It is.
Oh
So
shit!
we don't got
Yeah,
it
they
all.
are locked.
So, yeah,
we
we
gotta
have
go
to
over
go.
to the other side. We got 700 meters to go.
Just stay to the south. We can wrap around. It doesn't take that long to go 600 meters.
Yeah. Still gonna keep an eye out for some of those flyers.
Watch
though.
out
No,
for the Leaper and watch out for the Rocketeer.
I don't know.
Yep.
Loco and I had some campers on that shaft before.
Yeah, but that was earlier.
Yeah,
It's
but-
been almost 13 minutes since then, so I mean, look at what we did in that time.
Most people have probably dipped.
That's what I mean. And with the sheer amount of like firing that was coming from down here, if I heard that and I was another team that was unaware of what was happening, I would not want to go near it with a. Yep, wouldn't want to go near that with a 10-foot fucking pole.
Going up.
Because if they could take down that many back to back to back, like how much ammo do they have? Like what? Like, will I even be able to outdo that? You know what I mean? It's like.
Oh, I don't doubt your logic. I'm saying that there are complete people on here that are completely illogical. Fucking college
Oh no,
players.
100%. Me
Like-
personally, if I heard that much gunfire going off and the just repeated grenades going off and literally no flares, I would feel after seeing that much chaos go on and they're still alive, they probably are pretty good at what they're doing and are clearly well armed. Like, if you think about the way that it would appear to someone from the outside perspective with what we just did, we just spent, like, a continuous, basically, 15 minutes of killing everything in the sky.
Okay, we got a Hornet right here.
Nice. I hear something on the right.
Another one.
It's up high. Oh, it's in behind the tree. Fuck you.
Damn. I don't know how much further we can go this way, just a heads up. I'm pretty sure that's the edge of the map right there.
Down there. An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to
We
get
can
out
follow
of there.
this
I would-
ditch right here all the way up through.
Up there.
There's either
All
a
right.
bombardier
Sounds
or a
like there's
bastion over there.
a leaper up on the right, or a bastion. Too slow and clunky, bombardier.
Yeah, don't go up there.
Motherfucker, it is a leaper. God damn it. I mean, it is big and clunky. Are you getting shot at?
No.
Okay. You son of a bitch.
Not in the mood. There's flyers
Is
up ahead of
a-
us. We got enough to deal with.
Alright. So, was that a snitch that you just shot down?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just know there's a bunch of flyers up here on the right we're probably going to have to deal with, so.
That didn't sound like your gun.
That was me.
Okay.
Oh, I rolled, you piece of crap.
Interesting. We might actually be the last people on the map. Like, close to it, at least. Oh my god, I ran out of heavy ammo. Jesus.
just shoot at us? Oh, what's up, you up there? We got 11,150 points. I'm almost out of ammo.
Yeah. One last Hail Mary then. Oh, what? I gotta be up here. Well, let me do it from there.
Yeah, we're good.
That was a nice run.
Well, he had 9
I didn't know if you
more
was gonna
seconds.
wait it out since there's only 10 seconds anyhow. That was a good fucking run.
Very nice. She's my wife.
That upped my score by 3,000. That's nice.
Damn. Damn. Crazy.
I did a night raid on Spaceport and got 9,000 by myself.
I got 26,000 XP from that round.
Got some good loot there. Look at that Bettina. Those are
Yeah,
crap
I got that
guns.
Bettina. That's crazy.
Bettina's a crap gun.
I got the Torrente blueprint. Oh no, it's just a Torrente gun. Never mind. So I got the Silencer 1, Torrente 1, Tactical Mark 3 Healing, Snap Blast Grenade, Anvil 1, all from that round. That was by far, aside from that one set of guys that were being dicks in the middle of the round, aside from that, that was one of the coolest fucking rounds I've ever played.
Whoops, put away the gun I need.
I am John Raider.
Do you guys need this explosive mine blueprint?
No.
No. So you can sell it if you wish.
Is this Candleberry stuff all finished?
Yes.
Yes, you can sell it all. Oh, actually,
Cool.
recycle into seeds.
Yes.
Yeah.
The seeds would be more valuable because you can actually spend them as a currency. And if you don't need to, then you can just sell it anyhow. Hmm. I am John Raider.
my Renegade's about toast.
I bet mine is too. Holy shit, 40 out of 120.
I was down to 30 out of 130.
Oh, man. Gonna repair that shield that was down to 30. My anvil's at 94 out of 130. That's not bad. I do need to repair this for sure. Advanced mechanical components. Okay. Also, I love how, because I have this on, like I bought it for my Xbox, how I can play it on my PC. It also has my save in both places, so it doesn't matter if I'm playing on my console or on my PC. Like, everything just transferred seamlessly. I didn't do anything other than just turn it on.
Nice.
It said syncing data when it first launched, and that was it. That was the end of it. I haven't had to do a thing since. It's been in sync ever since. Played this for my console yesterday with one of my friends, and today I'm over on PC. Still level 39 with all my money and everything. It's awesome. I love it. I need more explosive compound. How do I not have crude explosives? What? Excuse the fuck out of me. All right. Probably have some of that now.
Alright, I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Oh my god. Sweet baby in the manger Jesus. I'll worship whatever Jesus I feel like, and I feel like worshiping the one that's in the cute baby manger. Oh my god.
Gray Fox already had the Jesus talk earlier, so.
I did indeed.
Oh.
My friend of, gosh, we've been friends since second grade, is a very devout Catholic, and I'm a Protestant, and we had a very deep conversation. It was good.
That's good.
I never want to discourage anybody from sharing their beliefs. We've had plenty of those conversations too. You know, like I'm happy to always hear and discuss with people.
Yeah.
At minimum, the worst possible outcome is, in my book, is I learned something. You know, that doesn't have to be a like change my life or do anything else. I'm just like at minimum, I learned something. You know.
I learned that when you're getting shot at, there's a lot of people that say, "Oh God, oh God, oh God."
That's what I was saying, man. I was like, you start imagining that there might be something out there when you got nothing else but you and death. Like, it's like, well, if there is somebody, help me out here. Help me out, Jesus, It's like...
I need another advanced mechanical component.
That's where I put it in chat, there's no atheists in foxholes.
Yep.
Step into my office, which is also my clinic, shop, and break room.
Okay, I
It's
am ready to
amazing
go,
how
homies.
people change their mind.
Do we want to do electromagnetic storm?
I mean, sure.
That is,
Or
You know what?
Damn
That's
Battlegrounds.
actually a really good idea for me. I don't know about you guys.
Well,
it's fun.
So,
it's got
is it on damn Battlegrounds? Hell yeah, do it.
Yeah. I need first
Okay,
wave husks, damage to shredders, and open arc probes. So.
Yeah, we can do the first wave husks here pretty easily with the old Battleground itself. Damn Battlegrounds, Buried City, and Spaceport.
Spaceport
Those
has
ones
the
are-
most.
Yeah. But all the maps aside from Stellamontes, because I don't think Stellamontes has a electromagnetic storm, there's a chance during it, if you're outside, that when it strikes the ground, it leaves behind fossilized lightning. And if you pick it up, I don't think it stacks. If it does, it might be only 3. But when you take it back, it sells for, I think, 3,000. But it also, each one breaks down into 3 explosive compound. So like the thick paste looking one. Like on the refiner, it takes crude explosives and oil, which apparently I've collected quite a bit of. Excuse me real quick. Oh. Oh, these only build 1 at a time. Oh, baby. I just grafted a whole bunch of wolfpacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at once.
If you ever
Can I
find a
bring a
Wolfpack blueprint, I need one.
I will absolutely make sure to hang on. If I ever came across another one of those, I would make sure to hang on to it until or talk to someone until I'm like, hey, we are good friends. Do you want this blueprint? I hang on to blueprints all the time for other people in the sense of like, I know my friends want to play. And since I know this stuff, I'm like, well, there's no point in me having it, but could be useful for them. So I have these extra ones like in my inventory right now. That being said, Fox, maybe you need one of these. I have the blueprint for a silencer 2. I have the blueprint for a showstopper. I have a blueprint for trigger grenade and a blueprint for vertical grip 3.
I could use that
Either of you
3 for
need
sure.
one of those.
You say vertical grip 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, vertical grip 3. All right. So I've got one of those for whoever. So that would be punishments. Who said that one first?
No, I don't need it. I got it.
Oh, you do have it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So then that means it's okay. Great, Fox can have that. I have the showstopper. Do either of you have that? Because I literally have 2.
I got it.
Okay. Do you have it, Fox?
It's explosive, right? Or no? Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, it's an explosive. You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Silencer 2.
I got that.
Yeah? Do you have that one?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool.
I run silencer
Those
2 on
just-
my anvils, so no one knows I'm shooting it.
Right. All right. So then I will make sure that the vertical grip 3 goes in to Fox. I need 2 mod components. Thank you for reminding me, because I just learned the silence too. So, need to put that on my anvil. I'm disappointed that, as far as I'm aware of, no one has found a Silencer 3 blueprint. It's only a findable item like the kinetic converter.
Damn.
I find kinetic converters all the time. I've had at least 10 of them.
But you can only find them. Like, they don't.
Not craftable.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
not
I got you.
item.
I got you.
Alright, gentlemen, it's gonna have to be my last run, so.
Alright. I'm just getting some ammo for my renegade. That way I have ammo to fire. Are we gonna be shooting as much stuff this time? What are we doing?
Huss.
Huh?
First wave Huss.
Oh, the husk. We're just like running around and stuff. Okay. Well, I got plenty of firepower now, so. There we go.
Gonna be dodge rolling lightning. Yay. Oh, we got a perfect spawn right where the Huss are.
Nice.
Now it counts for anything, right?
Yeah, just any first wave Huss. Just be careful, they're electrified.
Yep. Do the barons count?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, it's been a little bit since I've done one of these. There's some other teams here. More junk in here. God damn. Oh shit! Oh man.
Almost had yourself a moment.
I'm gonna. And it's Victory Ridge. Watch yourself.
Question is, does you unlocking something count towards mine?
I believe the overall score, yes. XP wise.
I got some of your fossilized lightning.
Hell yeah!
There you go.
Thank you very much. Speaking of item trading, Fox, I've got your blueprint for a silencer too.
Sweet. I don't need a sound.
Oh, it was for punishments. Shit. God damn it.
I already have a silencer.
Oh, neither of you needed it? Oh.
No,
how you
it's
doing?
something else you were gonna give.
Oh, someone's messing up the Rocketeer.
Yep.
Hey guys. Hey.
Oh, it's these guys here.
Nice work. Don't shoot. Rocket. Yeah, drop
A little bit of fucking goofball in this game. This game, it's all about like, oh god, it's just it's the machines, and I'm like, you want to dance? Yeah.
Fossilized lightning.
Hell yes. Oh, you picked it up?
Oh yeah, no, I can drop it to you. I don't even know what it does.
No. If you have a use for it, man, by all means.
No, I mean I don't really. If you need it, you can have it.
I was gonna say I can. If you give it to me, I can make you some wolf packs.
Yeah. Here.
Sweet. Thank you. So yeah, they don't stack at all. It was at most 3 if it's stacked. I don't think it does.
Find any more husks yet?
What the hell was that? They literally dropped a supply drop on top of...
Yeah, I requested that.
I'm just gonna breach it. Lots of ammo, a secret grenade, and an adrenaline shot, and some bandages.
God damn it.
Ooh, use a secret grenades. Those are fun.
Don't worry, I didn't take any of your stuff. I was just looking.
Alright, so the elevator when we leave is that one.
Which one? The green one over there?
Yeah.
613?
It's not that big a deal. We can get over there in no time.
No, I know. I was just making sure that it was the right point.
Yeah, that's it.
Open arc probes. Milestone reached.
Now, there's going to be a Rocketeer over there too, so watch out for it. There might even be a Bastion or a Bombardier not too far away.
Hold on a second.
Watch out.
Oh, shit. Fossilized lightning.
Bomba D's
Damn it.
nuts. I got him.
That's how it's done.
Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to those aerial ones, we are on top of that shit at this point.
Playing cards, they're good money.
What's that?
Some playing cards. I found a hatch key.
Oh shit! Fox, you know you're alone, right?
All by myself. Don't wanna be.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, you
Oh,
probably
shit.
should stay over there by yourself. You have a better chance of getting out.
The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza.
Oh no.
I repeat, 10 minutes.
We got plenty of time. No hurry.
Yeah, yeah. Do couriers count as husks or no?
They count as probes, I think.
Oh, neat. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I ain't going that way. We're going up the hill.
Okay.
Get up the hill. Get out of my way.
Hopefully someone took the Rocketeer out already. There's a ladder right here.
Oh, somebody upset
Someone
the
pissed off the
bastion.
bastion. I think there's some more
I was
husks
just
over
going
this
up.
way.
Oh no. On my way, I'm my way, I'm on my way, I'm on my way. Go, Fox. Dang it. Precision. We are on machine.
I could have swore there was more husks over here. I've gotten them before.
There's sometimes some at the elevator itself, and at the apartment.
Look at husk of these nuts. Got him. Alright.
Whoa, trying to kill me.
Dang, dude, that was almost gotcha.
Yeah, it did.
I was in my inventory. We got 7,200 points on husks. Check up by the apartment building.
Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and check around the elevator.
Aha, found a big boy.
Oh shit.
Fox, what are you doing?
What'd he do?
Is there more than one?
Just the one.
I'm gonna go up to the top here and see if there's anything.
I didn't see anything up there, but
Yeah, there we go.
Find
Another one
one?
right here. Yeah, right at the corner.
Whoa, no, 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 no!
What? Oh shit. Fox. Fuck.
Lost track of him. Oh no, they're there.
All Raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just get out of here, fellas. Back to life. False moves, though. False moves.
Loco, get in here.
Motherfucker.
I think they're waiting on one person. Is he only got two? Where's he at?
Yo, can you guys help us? We got Raiders camping. Oh no, he's dead. He's dead. So was that a completely punishment? That was a completely separate dude who group that came and revived you?
Yeah.
Dang. Sorry there, Loco.
Yeah, it's alright.
They were inside that bunker waiting for people to extract.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran around the corner and I looked in the hole and there's like 3 heads popping out. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, I saw, like, you went down, like, instantaneously. And then I
Yeah,
shot...
I didn't know what was going on, and the fact that you were still alive meant I was like, he's bait. He's the weird being dragged in. Like, to go down that quickly and then not die, I was like, they're just waiting for someone to come pick him up.
I crawled over to the buses and then another team came in and gave me a...
Revived you.
Yep.
Damn it. I wish I'd known. I wouldn't have even gone after the guys.
Well, so I didn't even know that that was a separate... I thought they knocked you and then they were like... Thought you were like... Maybe you like spooked them.
No.
They knocked you real quick and then they let you get back up or something. Or they came and revived you. So I was like, oh, that's cool. And then it was all Loco go down. And I'm like, oh shit, that's a completely different group. I didn't understand what the situation was over there.
I didn't have any health. I had no way to repair my health. I had shield rechargers, but that only goes so far because a shield only deflects 40% of the damage, so.
Yeah.
Do you know what really sucks?
You
never took the silencer blueprint off me, and now they have it. Sorry, it's gone.
No, I mean, I already have the Silencer 2 blueprint. I think it was something else that you were offering to give us.
Oh. Okay, well, if you guys both have it, I'm not as worried about it then.
I think it was the group 3 he needed.
Yeah, that was...
Okay, well, I didn't... I was gonna say... Did I keep that one? Because... Group 3, I could... oh, yeah, it was a group 3. I must have had on me. Yeah, sorry.
Damn.
The silencer is in my inventory. Sorry about that.
No, sorry, that too, man. We wish we had gotten it.
But you missing out on that entire trial would not have been worth it for one blueprint.
I
Yeah, you should have mega points.
No, I got like some stuff. I got a level 3 silencer from that group and a shotgun choke and some other stuff. So, yeah.
Unfortunately, with me not extracting, I got nothing for it. That was the bigger hit for me. I was like super excited that we had gone through so many and exceeded what we needed. And then for it to all get wiped, I was like, that's why I was like, no fucking way they're gonna take him down. I went full aggro on those guys. I was like, get the fuck away. The guy that I was shooting, like the one that had his buddies come over and help him, dude, they were so spread because they were trying to cover the whole area. I thought I saw the rock moving because I was like, wait a second, is that actually him? He was not even the length of the barrel of the Renegade away from me, and he didn't see me because he was focused down his sight. I literally unleashed 3 anvil shots into his face before he realized what was going on, and he went to run, and that's when the flare for him went up because I was like, I'm not letting you go. But he called his 2 buddies over, and I was in the process of healing my shields, and in an attempt to try and do that, I guess he got the other guy up in that time. I thought I had more time than that, and all 3 of them came into the bunker and then just pinned me in there.
Damn. Is there
the other one?
anything-
Oh, I lost.
Is there
I
anything
lost
that recycles into
kinetic
a spring?
converter stock. What's that?
Oh no, I was asking if there's something that recycles into springs. So I need springs.
Depends. What do you got?
What does?
Seat cushion.
Anything besides seat cushion? Because I don't have any seat cushions.
Seat cushions.
Cooling coil.
Yep, cooling coil will. Also rusted tools if you got those.
Rusted tools just goes into metal.
No, if you take rusted tools back, you get springs and metal out of it. It's my favorite thing to collect because you can stack them in 3 and you get 3 springs per rusted tools. So you get 9 springs in the space of 1. Like a little block of that. So you get both items. Pretty nice.
What about your toaster?
No.
Toaster
sadly.
should be just metal parts and wires.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, they have springs in them.
Plastic
They
parts
should...
and wires. Sadly.
I agree with you on that one. I'm like, motherfucker, why is this not a spring?
What bounces the toast up, man? It should be springs, right?
Doesn't it mean plastic parts and wires? Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah.
There's no plastic in very many toasters either. So.
Right? Yeah. You want to melt the toaster?
There's a heck of a lot more springs than there are plastic.
I just have to find some more, fortunately.
I usually get
Some
them
more
in the
what?
hydroponic area.
Springs.
So you can get 15 a run in hydroponics area.
Yeah. Did you want to try one more and see if you can get some?
No, I gotta head out, unfortunately.
Okay.
But good games, guys. Hopefully we can do more in the future and have a little more success in the last one.
Hey, I have 12,000 damage to flying arcs. I'm not gonna forget
that's
that
definitely
round.
a deal. Yeah.
I'm glad you got that on stream. That way, at least we have a perspective on it.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then
All right.
art probes and shredders and queens matriarchs at some point. What are queens? And how are they different than
the
matriarchs?
probes.
Anyway, all right. Well, you guys have a good night, man. I'll catch you.